Guatemala. Occupied Country. By Eduardo Galeano. Translated by Cedric Belfridge. Contents 923-37. Brief history of the victims and the rebels. 4759. A premonition of Vietnam. 69 ex-presidents or traitors. 8393. Anatomy of submission. 103. Betrayal and promise in Latin America. 115. Appendix I. The murderer extols his victim's virtues. 123. Appendix II. A. The rebel armed forces, FAR, break with the communists, PGT. 133. Appendix II. B. The guerrilleros unite. 145. Appendix III. Revolution is Guatemala's only solution. 149. Introduction to the English edition. This is the hour of the spilling of blood. The blind violence of the colonels ravages the land. But the guerrilla aims at the head, the chief of the U.S. military mission in Guatemala falls. Julio Cesar Mendez Montenegro's government expels North American priests. Are they spies or agents of imperialism? Could the president be jealous of them? No, he accuses these Catholic priests of the Maryknoll order of collaborating with guerrilleros. Father Thomas Melville tells the National Catholic Reporter in January 1968, during the past 18 months 3 right-wing terrorist groups together have assassinated more than 2,800 intellectuals, students, labor leaders, and peasants who have in any way tried to organize and combat the ills of Guatemalan society. Another expelled priest, Father Blase Bonpain, denounces this sick society in the Washington Post, February 4, 1968. Of the 70,000 a year who die in Guatemala, 30,000 are children. Guatemala's child mortality rate is 40 times that of the United States. The misery is not written in the stars, not to be blamed on God. In Guatemala, explains Father Bonpain, the United States is standing militarily behind an oligarchy of 2% of the Guatemalan people who possess 80% of the land and resultant power. The Minister of Defense, who has real power in a country whose president is still a civilian but does not preside, says twice a month that the guerrillas are dead and buried. But the Guatemalan Revolution does not seem to know about its FRE. Demise, and painfully and tenaciously continues on its course. Whence comes this force which has survived massive terror and military annihilation campaigns planned by Pentagon specialists, and which has been able to admit and overcome its own errors? The guerrilla movement is alive, the movement that is hinged to it is alive. That is its greatest victory. It exists, develops, wins victories and suffers defeats. Its experiences have been a healthy diet, since it is still ready to embark on new ones. The lads who have taken up arms are not isolated, not something foreign to the reality of their field of action. They themselves are a consequence of the reality that challenges them. Few in numbers as they are, they incarnate collective accusation of a system which starves the majority in favor of a minority. If such were not the case, the accusation could be easily covered up and explained away as the isolated anger of an aroused intellectual, or stifled lightheartedly as the protest of an isolated trade union on strike. The guerrilla's persistence obliges the constitutional government to reveal how precarious and purely decorative it is. As violence sharpens race and class contradictions, the social, political, and military expression of those contradictions emerges with more terrible clarity. The right wing takes off its mask. This is its true face, the monstrous reality. Would it be better to live to disguise the tensions without overcoming them? The FAR, rebel armed forces, guerrilleros and the communist PGT, Guatemalan Labor Party, also voted for Mendez Montenegro as president. Both organizations expected the army to deny power to the victorious candidate, as in fact occurred. But they did not warn of the possibility which also occurred that the army might let him exercise innocuous and formal functions of government, thus giving the dictatorship democratic form. The lightning of violence silhouettes the real nature not only of local oligarchic power, but of imperialism which proclaims reforms and trains armies to prevent them, the alien nature of the power structure, the essential hypocrisy of its methods of extortion and domination. The government can do nothing, but it does not have to, it need only let those act whose role is to act. Impotence is not neutrality, and if the army gives orders to the government, the Pentagon gives them to the army. This little book is not only the result of direct contact with the guerrilleros in their mountain fastnesses and city hideaways, above all it has grown out of direct, day-to-day awareness of the causes that explain the rebellion and justify it as historically necessary, and from contact with the consequences of the revolutionary process which, in turn, dialectically drive it ahead. I believe that Guatemala is a key to Latin America. Why? From a geopolitical standpoint, Guatemala might be seen as a colony condemned to perpetual non-fulfillment as a nation. The Caribbean is the mare nostrum of the Rome of our day, the second frontier of the United States. As part of a region vital to the security of the Imperium, Guatemala must remain under its exclusive and undisputed hegemony. Mahan and Spickman have pointed out the imperial importance for North America's military defense of the countries around the Panama Canal. 1,000 times it has been well said that the Cuban Revolution cannot be reproduced as a new isolated phenomenon in Latin America, and if this is true for South America, how much more for the narrow Central American strip where the two oceans meet. In a little Caribbean country so close to the enemy's jaws, how can a revolution that announces its socialist character hope to succeed and establish itself? A lone revolution, at this stage of the Latin American historical process, is a revolution marked for failure, much more so if it occurs in the suburbs of the U.S. The Imperium will not permit any new intrusion into its vital space. Yet there is no reason why paralysis should result from realization of this strategic framework. The wind of Revolu. 12. Shin, as we know, blows where it lists. History is not simple, and chooses its direction heedless of the wishes, imaginings, or logic of the wisest prophets. Great social storms are not incubated in laboratories, nor are revolutionary processes played out in orderly fashion on chessboards. If they were, Tsarist Russia would not have gone socialist, China would not have risen from its deep well of ignorance and misery to live thousands of years in 2 decades, nor would the Sierra Maestra Barbudos have taken their delightful insanity to the point of creating in a flea-sized island, under imperialism's astounded, impotent and furious nose, the first socialist state in America. In Guatemala the objective and subjective conditions of revolution are ripening faster than in the other Latin American countries. The process has a broader setting than the place where it is occurring. It is true, I think, that success can no longer crown any deeply revolutionary effort within the stagnant confines of a single Latin American country. The fight has to be waged on a continental scale, with an equally continental strategy, against an enemy who operates continentally. But should Guatemalan revolutionaries cross their arms waiting, for example, for Brazil, that huge potential powder keg of Latin America, to awaken from its lethargy? Who could be so stupid or so despicable as to want a small country to settle down impotently until continental conditions for revolution exist? By what right can we expect it to accept as temporarily inevitable the genocide that hunger and terror systematically commit upon its people, to resign itself to humiliation as a passing evil? Yes, the revolution will be Latin American or it will not be, but it is no less true that the Latin Americanization of the revolution will only result from the confluence and synchronization of diverse national revolutionary processes. Split by the frontiers that imperialism drew in order to rule them, the tormented lands south of the Rio Grande are united by a common historical origin, a common enemy, and 13. The community of a destiny already glimpsed through blood and tears. Yet there are important differences between some Latin American countries and others, and thoughts and actions must be based on the realization that a single formula cannot apply to different situations. It would be a serious mistake to confuse Guatemala's largely Indian, peasant, and illiterate society with the cosmopolitan and predominantly middle-class society of Uruguay. Similarly, Colombia's peasant violence cannot be mechanically transposed to the reality of a country like Argentina, where giant Buenos Aires exercises the decisive weight. From this point of view, the Guatemalan revolutionary experience offers important keys for all Latin America. Not as a model to imitate, nor as a mirror which can exactly reflect the image of each of our countries, but as a source of great lessons painfully learned. In this sense, too, the young Guatemalans are spilling their blood for all of us. They die for us to the extent that, in clearing their revolutionary path at the cost of their lives, they help Latin Americans of every country to discover their own. Their fate is linked directly to that of all Latin America. It is a march against the clock. The fight in each country, the struggle for the revolution in each country, is the best kind of solidarity for us, said Comandante Cesar Montes when I interviewed him in the mountains. If Latin America were to abandon Guatemala in the hour of great decisions, her heroism would also be her tragedy, and her tragedy would be our guilt. Just as Lenin vainly waited for the European proletariat to rise in the turbulent years after the storming of the Winter Palace, so Cuba, in its first revolutionary period, nursed the euphoric hope of continental insurrection. 6 years after the Bolshevik victory, the architect of Soviet power died. His revolution was still undefeated but still alone. In a few months the Cuban Revolution will be 10 years old. Flames lit by its sparks burn fiercely south of the Rio Grande, but no. 14. Other Latin American revolution has triumphed to end the heroic Caribbean islands' loneliness. In this half-century history has run fast and the international relationship of forces has changed. It would be obvious but irrelevant to point out that the Cuban Revolution, harassed by aggression and blockade, has survived thanks to the strength of its own people in arms as well as to the solidarity of the socialist world. Yet in Latin America, Cuba goes her way alone. The natural sources of sustenance for the Cuban Revolution are or should be Latin American. From the economic, geopolitical, and military standpoint the reasons for this are self-evident. From the ideological standpoint they are less apparent but no less real, related to the fact that this is the first socialist revolution which speaks Spanish and shares a common origin and historical projection with all Latin America. At this point the double achievement of Cuba, excluded from her natural setting, is extraordinarily impressive. In such conditions of continental isolation and dependence on supplies from across the world, she has succeeded in carrying forward an independent revolutionary line thought out in her own head on the basis of her own reality and in saving herself from sectarianism and dogmatism. It seems to me that an impetuous desire to quicken the pace of Latin America's revolutionary process, which for Cuba is to some extent a desperate wish to end her solitude and justifiable indignation at the traitors and vacillators who delay that process or condemn it to failure, explain Escobedo Guevara's great gesture of renunciation and commitment. Like the last century's great heroes, Che gambled his life on the fate of our disunited America's cause. Just as the life of this man from Argentina incarnated Latin America's will to rebirth as a single free nation, so his death incarnated the drama of its dismemberment and division. In dying he expressed better than anyone the urgencies of the Cuban Revolution. Every successful revolution tends to project its own image, haloed with victory, as an international revolutionary model. 15. Cuba has been no exception to the rule, although she cannot honestly be accused of wanting to dominate Latin America's liberation movements. With its courageous rejection of the mental clichés which have petrified Marxism, and of mechanically applied formulae which have become straitjackets, this revolution sends a fresh, vital breeze out across the world. And yet precisely, perhaps, because of its vigorous example the aborted or defeated guerrilla movements in Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Peru, and Bolivia have shown certain vices of imitation or incapacity to adapt the Cuban phenomenon to the conditions of their own struggle. The presence of bearded guerrilleros in a country of smooth-faced Indians like Bolivia is an example of this, although one must bear in mind that the Bolivian guerrilla troop was not able to operate either in the way or in the place that had been anticipated. In this framework, it becomes important, I believe, to look closely at the alternatives of the revolutionary process in Guatemala, where initial guerrilla failures, far from asphyxiating the movement, catapulted it forward. Although the cases are different, the experiences of Colombia and Venezuela, where guerrilla fronts have been consolidated and the fight continues, call for the same kind of thorough examination. The analysis must be based on the necessity of extending the revolution from one end to the other of tormented Latin America, so that the struggle against humiliation and misery should be waged on the scale that is indispensable to waging it, and, at the same time, on the impossibility of repeating the Cuban experience as it occurred in Cuba. We now know that the bourgeoisie is not again going to paste "Thank you, Fidel" signs on its windshields, nor will imperialism turn a blind eye to the arms traffic nor place its propaganda media at the service of any Latin American revolution. The Dominican invasion and the series of guerrilla coups d'état in Honduras, Ecuador, Brazil, Bolivia, and Argentina have taught us that imperialism intends to destroy in the egg any attempt at 16. Change in Latin America, no matter how limited, if it is capable of arousing popular enthusiasm. During our talk, Cesar Montes put special stress on the Guatemalan character of the revolutionary movement he heads, in contrast to the North American character of the purportedly Guatemalan forces which have tried to drown it in blood. Cuba offers Guatemala the rich experience of Latin America's first successful socialist revolution and the living example of her people's bravery, a people who broke the myth of the impotence of the oppressed and, by the force of simple faith, multiplied their capacity to resist the enemy's threats and clouts. But the Guatemalan guerrillas' arms and funds come from Guatemala itself. The revolutionary movement's tactics and strategy arise out of the terrain on which it operates, and are proudly nourished on the sap from its own historical roots, planted deep in its own soil. These lads are not unaware of their place in contemporary time and space. They understand their role, that they are making their revolution out of their own native clay and the somber stones of their nation's history. They are not imagining some chemically pure revolutionary process conceived in a wishful image or cut with alien scissors. This explains the break with the communists and Trotskyists of the two guerrilla fronts, a revolt against political strategies and patterns of thought which are foreign to Guatemalan reality. It is also a key to the interpretation of the recent organic unification of the guerrilla fronts. The Guatemalan peasants still feel a combative nostalgia for the revolution which they knew for a decade, and of which the imperialist aggression robbed them in 1954. The agrarian reform decreed by Colonel Jacobo Arbenz, who headed the second phase of that bourgeois democratic revolutionary period, was the cause of the conflict with the United Fruit Co. and of the invasion from the north. The government installed by the CIA tore from tens of thousands of peasant families the 17 lands they had just received. This is a basic difference between Guatemala and other countries. In Bolivia, for example, the lands distributed by the Paz Estancaro Agrarian Reform 1952-1956 were not touched by the military dictatorship of General Barrientos. In that country, imperialism centers its rapacity on the mineral wealth in oil, gas, zinc, iron, but has no investment nor intention to invest in land. From the standpoint of guerrilla influence on the peasants, the importance of this factor is readily understandable. It cannot but have contributed to the indifference with which Che Guevara was received by the people for whom he offered his life. In Guatemala, on the other hand, the guerrilleros operate on soil fertilized by the blood and tears of the imperialist and oligarchical restoration on the great banana, cotton, and coffee plantations. In all the peasant areas we have visited, Cesar Montes told me, we easily explain ourselves by saying that the FARC struggle is merely the prolongation by other means of the 1944 revolution. The CIA won and Guatemala lost because that revolution was led by the national bourgeoisie. Now the peasants and working class know that they must not put more trust in other classes than in themselves, in their own strength. Despite its limitations, the 1944-54 revolution is a great source of lessons for us and plays an important role as a historic national example of revolution. It has kept the revolutionary flame burning in Guatemala, a unique feature of our country because it provides a real and living example of what a revolution is. That's a point of reference that anyone can understand. Another important difference from Bolivia is worth mentioning. In Guatemala, the fall of the national bourgeois revolution came when it was at its peak, not from its own internal decay. The guerrilleros do not think that history began with them, on the day the first rebels chose to install themselves in the heart of the Sierra de las Minas. It was the fallen flags of Arevalo and Arbans that they raised and unfurled. But this continuation of the interrupted anti-imperialist process is not JG. And could not be a repetition. The methods of the struggle change in the same measure as the deepening of its objectives. Yesterday a national bourgeois revolution fell, without the capacity or desire to defend itself. The experience of this defeat produced the armed movement which a socialist-oriented revolution demands today. At this stage of the historical process, it is increasingly clear that to fight against imperialism in Latin America is to fight for socialism. This national and popular intermeshing of the forces under arms explains the final reunification of the two guerrilla fronts, the rebel armed forces led by Cesar Montes and the 13th of November Revolutionary Movement, MR13, led by Jan Sosa. Cesar Montes and his men have broken with the communist PGT, Jan Sosa and his followers broke their ties with the Trotskyists of the Fourth International, the Posadist wing. With adjectival differences out of the way, both guerrilla forces rediscovered the essential community of their nature and aims, the identity of their basic interpretation of Guatemalan reality and of their resolve to change it by violent response to the enemy's violence. Breaking away from the Communist Party apparatus, the FAR guerrilleros charged that, in the middle of an all-out hunt for revolutionaries and while the PGT contributed the ideas and the FAR the dead, the top party clique had served the government as an intermediary for setting up trade relations with socialist countries. They divorced themselves irrevocably from the bureaucrats serving the international strategy of the U.S.S.R. a narrow sect of defenders of a Marxism-Leninism which is alien to our people's daily struggle and problems. The MR13 guerrilleros, expelling the Trotskyists from their ranks, put an end to the negative influence of rabid extremists who had sought to give them orders emanating from obscure foreign basements. Guatemala is an Indian country which betrays itself by being ashamed of its own condition. Most of its people are Indians, but the mestizo population prefers to deny its high proportion of Maya blood, so it turns against the Indians, transmuting into contempt its impetus to assume its own identity. 4.5 centuries of racism infect the national and social conscience of the Ladinos. Here, as has been clearly said by the late Comandante Tercios and the present leaders Cesar Montes and Jan Sosa, the socialist revolution has a great task to accomplish in Guatemala, to bring the Indians back into the history from which they have been violently segregated, redeeming the whole society through redemption of its chief victims. Implementation of the task has been extremely slow. It is long and hard, with more obstacles than visible hopes in the short term, yet without it the revolutionary process would be bottled up inside a war that mestizo and white society wages within itself. The guerrilleros' awareness of the problem is a further sign of their genuinely national character and popular vocation. Time presses. The country is persistently invaded by Peace Corps groups and North American religious missions, trained in fluent use of Indian dialects and the arts of capturing these decisive minds, drugged by fatalism and resignation, for the interests they represent. In the document explaining their break with the Communist Party, the guerrillas emphasize that the work in the Indian peasant sector amounted to nothing, taking off from the false premise that the Indians are reserves of reaction. The party's national leaders have dedicated themselves to shuffling papers and politicking in the city, and to working with the artisans and trade unions. The book that the reader has in his hands was written during the year 1967. It originates in various articles published in the US, France, Italy, Chile, and Uruguay, which have been reworked and much amplified. Events subsequent to the writing of it have not essentially altered the situation. The fall of the most notorious military leaders of the extreme right, as the consequence of the spectacular kidnapping of the Archbishop and of the failure of the coup d'état that was being hatched, does not signify more than a change of names. This does not mean that the military right does not continue to wield the real power in Guatemala. The failure of the new attempts at tax reform which the government tried to carry out appears to us to be very significant, as does the subsequent fall of the ministers of economy and the treasury. The government had tried to levy a 5% tax on business transactions, but the oligarchy refused its assent. Consequently, the salaries of the government workers had to be cut, naturally, without touching the salaries of the military, and the budgets of the Institute of Agrarian Reform, Public Health, Housing, and Social Welfare were slashed. The aim of the book is to break down as best it can the wall of deceptions and omissions which blocks the view of the public in many countries. Guatemala, like all Latin America. 21 Introduction to the English edition is the victim of a conspiracy of silence and lies. The masters of the information media fabricate reality according to their convenience. They conceal and deform facts arbitrarily and efficiently, contracting news to the point of disappearance or inflating it to bursting point. We have sought, then, to retrieve the reality as it is and make it known. The task seems to us more than ever necessary now that Latin America, smitten by treason and disillusion and defeat, needs to rebuild its own hopes as if it were a bombed sieve. Eduardo Galeano, Montevideo, April 1968. Our hearts rested in the shade of our spears. Popolva *. We have made a halt, and I have emptied over my face what was left in the water bottle. For hours we have been hiking up and down over the vertical sierras, cutting our way with machetes through the damp, dense forests. We are not far from the shore of the big lake, with the first light of dawn, veils of mist spread and break over the thickets like fat waving lianas. I am ashamed because I am cold. Even if the leg muscles tighten up like fists, hiking is better than a vain attempt to sleep on a bed of leaves with no covers and with one's breath freezing on one's body. But there is no sweat left in the bodies of my companions, and for them neither cold nor sleep matters. This shame that spreads over me, a repository of city poisons, without experience of the outdoors, is a preview of what I will feel when we reach the camp that Cesar Montes and his guerrilla nucleus have improvised somewhere in western Guatemala. In the company of this handful of boys who live dying and killing for the revolution, I shall be, as someone or other said, a serious case of virginity. Many times we have descended one mountain and ascended another. It isn't easy to locate this patrol, which is on a scouting mission far from the usual zone of operations. The guide, an Indian who is always silent, leaves us for a few moments. He climbs the slope to the top, shut from sight by scrub between the tall trees, to check on certain signs in the neighboring heights. We light cigarettes, my two guerrilla companions and I. We sit on fallen tree trunks in a small clearing. Someone tells a joke. I inhale the smoke and discover that weariness doesn't close my eyes, perhaps because the night still lingers and the cold, up here, is still stronger than the weariness. The guide returns with good news: only another hour's march. We get on the move again. At a certain altitude the Indian points vaguely to one side of the hill and says, "It's there, around there." Nothing is visible but thick jungle. We continue walking in silence. Now the sky can be seen toward the east. The sky seems to be celebrating something. Something like its own sacrifice. Its veins have been opened, it is morning. They call Cesar Montes El Chins, which is a Guatemalan word for kid. Small, lean, with fine features, a scarf always protecting his delicate throat, Cesar has absolutely nothing of Fidel Castro's imposing figure. "Don't ask me to look fearsome for your picture," he says, laughing, "because no one will believe it." But he has compensated with revolutionary willpower for what he lacks in physical strength. There is a tough, brave, shrewd man behind the innocent expression of this boyish face. Shorthand history of a rebel: at 13, expulsion from a Catholic school, explosion of fury over the fall of the Arbenz revolutionary government; at 18, student demonstrations, unarmed comrades falling and spilling their blood, first imprisonment; at 20, the die is cast, the challenge accepted, violence chosen, time to take to the Sierra, marching until one is ready to faint, with teeth clenched, without complaint or asking for respite. At 25, leader of one of Latin America's most important guerrilla movements. They say that even the snakes respect him, just as they say that Jan Sosa fools the soldiers by sleeping in the belly of an alligator *. The previous leader of the rebel armed forces, Luis Augusto Tercios, was also a legendary figure for the peasants, who attributed supernatural virtues to him. He was a hot-blooded young officer who learned the technique of the guerrilla from the Yanquis themselves in a course at Fort Benning, Columbus, GA, on how to combat it. Dictator Peralta Azurdia put a price on his head, and he put one on Dictator Peralta Azurdia's. After he took to the hills in 1960, he mocked at death 1,000 times. Absurdly, death won because his car caught fire on the highway. Before joining the guerrillas, Rosael was a soldier. He has experience in the repression of student demonstrations. Cesar Montes, too, but on the other side as a student. The soldier and the student met and began sharing the same dangers and hopes, trailed by death and eluding it together. Rosael is 36. The granddaddy of us all, says Caesar. You've even got rheumatism, Rosael. All of us FAR leaders are very young. Manzana, Apple, as we call him because he's so pink, came to the mountains when he was 17, now he's 20 and leads the guerrillas in the northernmost area of the Sierra de las Minas, near Teculotán. Camilo Sanchez, second in command of the Edgar Ibarra Front, is 24. So is Lieutenant Androcles Hernandez, who is just like Shaw's Androcles. Are most of the guerrilleros students? Oh, no. Students play a big role in the city, but not in the mountains. There are only a few of them. Most of the guerrilleros are peasants of the area of operations. Manzana doesn't have one student in his lot. A man appears with canteens full of water. Some guerrilleros clean their rifles, others talk in low voices. How long will it take to get there, asks Rosael. Around 10 hours, says Nestor Valle. Okay, let's divide it this way: 8 hours here resting and 2 hours marching, a third suggests. Everyone laughs. Pure demagogy, says Caesar. A good companion, the wise crack, the lads know that this lightheartedness must be preserved, defended as if it were water or salt something. 26. Of top importance in the guerrillero's life. When the talk turns to hot political problems, and I answer Caesar's questions about the terms of Soviet financial aid to the Brazilian government, he gets very serious, his hands clasped, his eyes fixed on the ground as he scrapes it with his foot. But look. Think how many years the Guatemalan revolution could be advanced with so many millions of dollars. He strokes the point of his beard. Suddenly this communist of a new independent generation, fed up with bureaucratic stuffiness, smiles mischievously and says, "These Russians are capable of inventing aspirin and headaches at the same time." In the most dangerous moments the guerrilleros never lose their sense of humor, which doesn't mean they lose their sense of discipline. They have simply discovered that the two are not incompatible. Better to die happy, no, says one to me. Death, the guerrillero knows it is always more possible than victory. In one recent action Arnaldo and his patrol died. Humberto Morales, the bearded one, sold out his comrades for a few quetzales and promises. He disclosed the exact location of a patrol which had gone down to hit the army, and the patrol was wiped out. Among guerrilleros killed in the first months of 1967 was Otto René Castillo, whose charred body was found in Zacapa. Castillo was considered Guatemala's best young poet. He had been exiled, exile is a long, long lane where walks sadness, and had returned to his land to fight, prophet of his own fate, he had written. My country, let us walk together, you and I. I will descend into the abysses where you send me, I will drink your bitter cup, I will be blind so you may have eyes, I will be voiceless so you may sing, I have to die so you may live. The young FAR chiefs are military and political leaders at the same time. We are nobody's troops, Cesar Montes says to me. We don't accept the division between military and polit. 27. Eichel. Tercios started as a military man and I come from the militant political ranks. Here we all regard ourselves as conscious revolutionaries who use firearms, We try to form our cadres in both senses to be able not only to defend our ideals and argue for them, but also to make them come true with a gun. Separating the political and the military in some countries, the two practically collide head-on, can only lead to serious mistakes. The guerrilleros have camped beside a spring, between high mountains rising vertically on either side as if they had been sliced open. Rosael looks at the sky. Now that storm clouds darken it, a fire can be lit and water heated for coffee. Caesar Montes takes it with 2 aspirins which someone digs from the bottom of a haversack. He coughs and curses, angry with himself, this damn throat. More coughing. He has caught himself a fine cold. But one must stay on one's feet. The right to be sick is not the only one that guerrilleros lose in the mountains. Yesterday the men of this patrol ate wild leaves boiled with salt. Tomorrow, who knows? Tonight they must march. Mobility is the guerrillero's best weapon. Resting one's feet for too long can mean death. Caesar Montes refuses a cigarette with a wave of pained resignation. Losing the taste for tobacco is worse than a fever. Great company in the mountains, the cigarette. The guerrilleros smoke payasos of black tobacco, costing 6 centavos a pack. We talk beneath an improvised tent made of 4 poles and some greenish nylon, the kind the army has ordered Guatemalan merchants not to sell. Everyone has eaten his ration of the canned meat we brought from the city. The cans were an additional weight on our backs as we trekked up, but the small effort was well worth it. Eating meat seems like a victory, following the army's discovery of a couple of food caches the men were counting on. It's hard to march without having anything to eat at the weary day's end. This risk has to be taken. 28. Like so many others, the guerrilla band is in constant movement. It installs itself in a place which it will soon abandon, after burying leftover food and scattering the campfire ashes. The more uncomfortable the guerrillero is, the more secure, as Che Guevara wrote. Hit and run, descend when the enemy ascends, ascend when he descends. Our tactics follow from the situation we're in, Caesar explains. Numerical disadvantage, not enough weapons, lack of organization, making our own experience. We FAR leaders have learned war by making war, not in any military school. And we've been defeating the army during these years. 4 years of struggle it'll soon be without having taken any military courses. We have a very special type of mountain, he tells me. The Sierra de las Minas runs parallel to the highway that's most important for export, along which products move to the Atlantic ports. So the army can put as many troops as it likes along the whole length of the highway and of the Sierra, and send them up the mountains when it chooses. It isn't like other ranges, for example in Santa Cruz, Bolivia, where the mountains are difficult of access in that part of the Nancahuazú Gorge, or the Sierra Maestra which is at the tip of Cuba with the road stopping short of there. Here, paths lead up into the Sierra from the highway itself, greatly easing the strain on the army. We used to play the cat and mouse game, descending and ascending so as to keep them always below us. But right now they completely control the highway and send troops up. So we have to work out new tactics, correct our methods, advance along new lines. The military campaign launched on a grand scale to finish off the rebels has not succeeded. It is of small importance that the guerrilleros have lost geographic control of certain areas, when they retain intact the sympathy of the people who live there. Although it has fallen back from its habitual terrain, the guerrilla troop keeps its feet. The blow has been warded off. Mobility is the key. Our columns move fast, says Caesar. 29. For that reason they couldn't wipe us out. We have patrols operating in distant parts of the country. They could never capture our camps, for a simple reason, we never had any. We never had fixed camps. All they found were food dumps which we left behind precisely to make marching easier. How many miles a day do you march? To give you an example, the guerrilla has marched from Lake Izabal to San Agustin Acasaguistlan a long way in any man's language, across the steepest mountains in Guatemala and through a whole area without roads. We made that trip in 20 days, without resting a single day, sleeping on the march and with 2 meals, breakfast before taking off and supper before dark. We hiked from 6 a.m. till about 4 or 5 p.m. That gave us time to cook by daylight and then sleep. We would be crazy, the FAR commandante went on, to sit in our camp when they send troops or to try to take on their much bigger forces better trained, better equipped, with all their logistical support. Nevertheless, they start from the premise that we'll stay put for them. On one occasion we had captured a traitor, a stooge of theirs who was informing on people of his own village, and the guy got away. Well, this man gave them complete information on our whereabouts. We simply moved from where we were to the next mountain, a place in Yuzumatlan that they call El Alto. That was when the minister, Arriaga Bosque, made a fool of himself saying he had personally gone to take part in the bombings and had proven their efficacy, as if it was possible to prove something from a plane. The bombing lasted an hour and 45 minutes, against a camp that was already empty. It was childish to imagine that on the third day we'd still be there waiting for them to come and kill us. We watched the whole show from the next mountain, saw the 3 types of plane, the C-47 jets, the T-33s, and Mustangs, the helicopters and light aircraft. They burned peasants' crops, machine-gunned a lot of cattle, then landed and ate them. 30. In 1960, Luis Augusto Tercios, with other members of the Child Jesus Fraternity Military Club, rose against the Ediguras government. They failed. The organizational weaknesses of the rising reflected another, deeper disorientation. Those young officers did not know very well what they wanted, though they knew pretty well what they didn't want. Another officer involved in that abortive coup, Jan Sosa, El Chino, now commands the MR-13 guerrilla front which controls part of Izabal in northeast Guatemala. Jan Sosa, like Tercios, had been trained in the United States. He had studied counter-guerrilla techniques at Fort Golic, Panama Canal Zone. The guerrillas of Jan Sosa and Cesar Montes are now reunified after a period of violent disagreement. The reconciliation has been helped by certain internal changes in both camps. Tactical differences in the forms of operation of the 2 guerrilla groups are not as strong as the identity of their objectives. They coincide on what is fundamental. Says Cesar Montes, all these Indian companeros whom you see here in the camp are Catholics, fervent Catholics. The fact that some communists are in the FAR doesn't mean that our movement functions as the fighting arm of any party. The FAR isn't the fighting arm of the PGT. Ours is a broad patriotic movement with a very simple program, that we ourselves, as Guatemalans, can lead against any foreign intervention, military, economic or political. We build the People's Organization for Revolutionary War. In the guerrillas is the seed of the great popular army which will eventually be able to offer an alternative power. Asterisk. 31. Both Jan Sosa and Cesar Montes underline the importance of armed propaganda, although they apply it in different ways. The guerrilleros enter the villages, occupy them for some hours, explain to the peasants the reasons for the struggle they are carrying on, and leave behind them organized cells of clandestine resistance in each community. In the case of MR-13, the guerrilleros create, in addition, peasant committees which dispute the real authority in each village with the military commissioners and the auxiliary mayors, impart justice outside the framework of bourgeois justice, coordinate efforts to repair the damage the army provokes in its incursions into the zone, and economically sustain the families of comrades incorporated into the guerrilla struggle or killed by the army. For some time, these committees have left in the hands of the clandestine cells the task of the distribution of propaganda materials. The committees have a public existence, and are appointed in an assembly of all the inhabitants of the village. The FAR, on the other hand, considers that this method leaves the militants an open and easy target for repression. When the guerrilleros leave, the army kills their representatives. The nuclei of the FAR always operate underground. Explaining the importance of armed propaganda, Jan Sosa says that, from the MR-13 viewpoint, machine guns, rifles, and grenades are not the chief weapons in the mountains, they merely provide a secure base for the contact with the peasants. The chief weapon is the word, and the best defense is support from the people. The peasants are the guerrillas' eyes and ears. El Chino explains *, we always know what the enemy is doing, and the enemy never knows what we're doing. He would have to destroy the whole population to lick us. But before that happens, we will have pulverized him. And Cesar Montes says, armed propaganda plays an important role in turning the peasant population toward the revolution. Consider eastern Guatemala today. In spite of ferocious repression, Zacapa and Izabal are the vanguard of the revolution. Don't forget that no rural proletariat exists there, only small landowners and sharecroppers who rent land. Yet right now they are resisting the biggest military offensive. Why? Because of armed propaganda. It was thanks to this that the peasants joined in the struggle. We have men who work with us by night and work the soil by day. By now armed propaganda isn't necessary in the East, because the peasants know who we are and what we want, and anyway the army's offensive rules it out at the moment. We consider it essential, though, for our work in new zones, such as the job we are now planning. A sharp crack, or a human voice imitating a bird's song. The conversation is often interrupted, long minutes of silence and tension follow, fingers ready on triggers. Was that a shot? A guerrillero whispers. But it's only a far-off woodsman. No, a stick breaking. The sentries notice the smallest strange noise. Any suspicious sound can be the signal for the patrol to take off again, or for forcing it into some unexpected action, an ambush, a skirmish, a battle. If a spy appears, let him have it. Here, in the heart of these craggy mountains, the distant sound of a cypress struck by an axe can be mistaken for a shot. A small animal can shake a thicket just as well as an intruding soldier. The danger has passed. I walk beside Caesar, glancing at the guerrilleros' weapons, a couple of Thompson machine guns, caliber .43, some Belgian Brownings and other automatics, Swedish and German, Garand World War II rifles, a few ML carbines, the legendary .45 Colts. The army says it's always capturing arms from us and killing our guys. But they've never been able to exhibit a single weapon of ours that was Cuban or Czech or Chinese or Soviet, nor the body of a single Cuban soldier from our ranks. That would be impossible because it's we ourselves who are making our revolution, with our own men and our own resources. Our men don't come from Cuba. Nor do our weapons, as the ARM says they do. They come from the army itself. We take them in our operations, fighting, or we buy them. Soldiers as well as officers sell arms. If these military chaps are capable of selling their country, why wouldn't they be capable of selling their weapons? We've made public our sources of money. We get it by kidnapping big capitalists who for years have been exploiting the labor of Guatemalan workers. Thus we restore to the people part of the wealth stolen from them. We always pick foreign firms or Guatemalan exploiters whom everybody hates. In Guatemala the guerrilleros, their money and their arms are as Guatemalan as the economic, social, and political problems which account for their advent and survival. Good lessons from the graves of Vietnam. North American. 34. Advisors have decided that the Guatemalan army must now combine terror with demagogy in counter-guerrilla operations. The powdered milk, the health centers, the wheat flour now reach the villages together with the threats, the tortures, and the murders. It's what they call a security belt, says Cesar Montes. They do their job in mechanical fashion. They've read in Mao's books that the guerrilla is to the people as the fish to water. They know that on weekends, when they pull fish out of the water, the fish die. They think they can isolate the guerrillas the same way. Isolate or eliminate the guerrillas without tearing out their roots, as if they were some mere accident of nature lying on the ground, or some satanic Cuban plot. The fact that the rebel voice of Radio Havana can be tuned in on any radio by an illiterate Guatemalan does not explain the guerrilleros' deep roots in the peasantry. Fundamentally it is the peasants' own long experience of suffering and betrayal. What is now being fired from guns is the protest of a people who have not forgotten that foreign intervention denied their right to govern themselves in those tragic days of 1954. How can an Alta Verapaz peasant not recognize this in the example of the lads who have risen in arms, when for 2 days' work he gets the price of a bottle of milk, and a pound of meat costs as much as his wage for 3 days? These men without land, forced to work for little or nothing, a land almost without men, have learned in the course of their own national revolution and the hard ensuing battles that neither misery nor humiliation is inevitable. The peasants in this little patrol of Cesar Montes explain it to me simply. They tell me that this fight isn't for any one person but for all, and that they joined the rebels to throw those bourgeois and gringos the hell out. Cesar Montes has in his hand the encyclical of Paul VI, Populorum Progressio. He reads from it at random. The peasants become conscious of their undeserved misery. The scandal of shocking inequalities. He winks. The 35. Pope is more intelligent than the Guatemalan right. Read this and you'll see how exactly he nails down the causes of violence. He says. Night falls. Today the quetzal bird, which has visited the guerrilla rose at this hour for the past 2 days, has missed the appointment. His red breast and gorgeous plumage had glided into the center of the patch of sky left visible above the camp by the mountains. The quetzal is the national symbol of Guatemala. He is said to have lost his voice when the Mayas were defeated by the Spaniards. Others say he never lost his voice but since then has refused to sing. The fact is that when he is caged, he dies. Let all rise up, let everyone be called. Let there not be among us one group, nor 2 groups, who remain behind the others. Popolva. As if clawed by a giant's nails, the mountains show at the foot of their stone flanks the signs left by the Indians through centuries and centuries. From the rock comes the lime necessary for their survival. Farther up, on vast slopes, Indians carve out with primitive tools their tiny depleted fields. Corn spears sprout, yielding the grain that must be milled on a stone as they did it 1,000 years ago. That is their diet on the high plateau of western Guatemala. Tortillas of corn flour and ground lime, perhaps also beans. One is amazed by the size of the fields. Most of them would hardly suffice to bury the owner's body. The western high plateau, kingdom of the Minifundio, here Minifundios make up most of the 270,000 farms which, by official census, average little more than 1 hectare * each. This is the area of greatest Indian population density in Guatemala. More than half of its people are pure Indians. The life of this poor country's poorest inhabitants is disintegrating, and the survival of some communities around certain villages certainly does not stop this process. What remains today of the Mayas who dazzled the scholar Sylvanus Morley into calling them the most splendid indigenous people on the planet? 4.5 centuries of continuous exploitation by the conquistador and his sons have not failed to leave their mark. Crushed by the miserable and humiliating life they have had to live, the present descendants of the Quiches and other Mayan tribes have almost lost sight of their past cultural splendors. They form a kind of country within a country, distinct and distant from the country of men with white skin, of whom there are indeed few, or the more numerous ones of mixed blood. The word Ladino as used in Guatemala covers both the mestizo and the white. But this Guatemala within Guatemala is a conquered, broken country. In remote epochs its antecedents created great architectural works, testaments in stone to their passage through history. The present Mayas build only their own sordid hovels. The ancient Mayas celebrated life, elevated its most diverse aspects to divine categories. Today the Holy Week processions produce sad exhibitions of collective masochism, they drag heavy crosses, participate in the flagellation of Jesus step by step on the interminable ascent to Golgotha, with dolorous wails they convert his death and burial into a cult of their own death and burial. The Indians' Holy Week ends without a resurrection. When victory is talked about in the language of the conquistadors' culture, the Indians celebrate their own defeat. To know this, it is enough to see their dances or listen to that rancorous silence which replaces the songs they no longer sing. The white man's churches supply new symbols and media of expression to the world of superstition and magic which the Indian inherited. In the Catholic temples, built on the ruins of the old pagan ones, he prays or mutters to his conquered gods. He seems to see their faces wreathed in heavy incense behind the idols erected in their stead. But he is praying against the bad luck his best friend will bring him. He will pay the sorcerer to curse the rival family with God's blessing. When they are not expressing distrust or hatred, these lips whisper prayers for money or protection against the snake, for example, which scarcely exists in the high plateau, perhaps because it symbolizes the evils of life here below. Only 39. In the exquisite colors of hand-loomed cloth does the impulse of the original civilization, whose ultimate expressions were crushed by the conquest, seem to survive. In the crude pottery of today, no trace remains of the skill of the old masters*. In the course of our conversations, the guerrilla commandante Cesar Montes tells me, it's no secret to anyone that our peasant problem will be resolved by the integration of the Indians, through the struggle, into national life. This is the key to the period ahead. The Indians' attitude will be decisive in the Guatemalan Revolution. What will be their response to the challenge of the battle that is already being fought in their name and that of all exploited Guatemalans? Will they recognize their own lost voice in the protest that is being expressed with bullets? Some Indians have been fighting with the guerrillas from the very first. Cesar Montes unfolds before me an SO map. The Edgar Ibarra guerrilla front was first opened up in the Sierra de las Minas area. As you can see here, the Sierra is to the east. Half of it lies in Zacapa and El Progreso departments with a tip in Izabal. On the other hand, in Alta Verapaz to the north you have a complete Elv Indian area speaking Quiche. We developed our front in those mountains and speared out toward various places in the plains. The Sierra de las Minas guerrilla is made up of Alta and Baja Verapaz Indians, Verapaces, as we call them, and peasants from other areas. We have carried out actions in all these areas including Panzos, the heart of the Alta Verapaz Indian region. What kind? Military actions and armed propaganda meetings. How did it go in Panzos, for example? Well, we took it and afterwards held a meeting. A guerrillero of our front, who knew Quiche, spoke. Did you make people come to the meeting? It was done like this: after the battle, the people were very afraid. So we took the municipal building where there was a loudspeaker. We started calling the people and explaining what had happened and why. People started coming near. Many had hidden themselves in the mountains or shut themselves up in their homes, but when they heard the words of revolution in their own language, they got interested and came out. What did you promise them? Land. Promise. We promised them nothing. We promised them a struggle, we urged them to fight for their rights, for the things they needed. But what demands? The guerrillero is essentially an agrarian fighter. Our country is preeminently agrarian. We seek different solutions for different areas, different problems. The truth is that the minifundio, like the latifundio, has done plenty of damage to Guatemala. Our chief demand is land, under a single slogan which embraces all forms of land tenancy and all possible solutions, and to him who works it, in one form or another. One of the guerrillas' biggest losses was the death of Emilio Roman Lopez Pascual, a Verapaz native, Protestant, who was the FAR's second Commandante General. Pascual had great influence on the Indian population of his area. He kept in close touch with Indian peasants who went down to pick coffee and cotton on the southern slopes and in the Pacific Plain. Guatemala's economy rests on the aching shoulders of countless Indian men, women, and children who each year make the long trek from the minifundios of the western high plateau and the long-suffering lands of Alta Verapaz, down south to the latifundios which hire field hands. Many are sent down in trucks, like cattle, by those who hire them, others make the interminable walk. Necessity does not always make the decisions, sometimes it is liquor. What often happens is that the hiring agents pay a marimba orchestra and see that strong alcohol circulates freely. When the Indian recovers from his spree, he has debts to pay. He will pay them working in hot strange lands, whence he will return after some months with perhaps a few centavos in his purse, perhaps with tuberculosis or malaria. The army is around to convince Indians who resist being moved, hauling them forcibly out of their houses * despite the views of some North American anthropologists, who have all the vices of electronic computers and none of their virtues. The Indians participate in the country's total economy. They participate as victims, but they participate. They buy and sell a good part of the few things they consume and produce, at the mercy of powerful and greedy dealers who charge much and pay little. Day workers on plantations, and government soldiers in the mountains, they spend their lives toiling and fighting. Indian society does not exist in a vacuum outside the general framework. It forms a part of the economic and social order, its members playing the hard role of the most exploited among the exploited. The rising Indian bourgeoisie of Quetzaltenango, small and weak, proves by exception the situation in which the heirs of the Mayas live. The key to their liberation is the key to the country's liberation. Will they discover the identity that unites them to the other Guatemalans exploited by the oligarchy and by imperialism? Will they fight shoulder to shoulder with the other peasants and workers of Guatemala against their Criollo * and foreign oppressors? A typical monoculture and export economy, the Guatemalan economy depends on this annual mass shift of seasonal workers to harvest the coffee and cotton for starvation wages. Capitalism, it is said, creates the means of its own destruction. Down there on the coast the Indians come in contact with a new, different reality, forced by circumstances to share the fate of other wage workers mestizos or, very exceptionally, whites. Although most of the Indians can't speak Spanish, reality thus begins to speak to them in a language of deeds, not words, of the exploitation they suffer in common with their class brothers. I ask Cesar Montes to what extent or in what way the FAR makes contact with the Indians, once they have been removed from their natural mode of existence. The struggle can develop in various ways, he says, and not only through a guerrilla front as we did it in Zacapa. Those Indians met people of ours who opened their eyes to a series of struggles that * Criollo, person of Spanish descent born in Latin America. 43. The peasants in the south of San Marcos, and in Suchitepeques, Retalhuleu, Escuintla, and Santa Rosa, are able to carry on. When the Indians get involved in the economic life of those places, they realize that it's possible to win new gains. They wait half a year for harvest time, vegetating in their high plateau areas. When they go down to the south coast, disillusion awaits them. One wage scale is offered and another is paid. They are offered a certain period of work and it turns out to be less. The conditions are subhuman. The government cracks down on any attempt to organize peasants. Everything is so backward in this country that any labor organization to defend purely economic rights is communist. Even unions organized by the Christian Democrats are attacked, and in Guatemala, Christian democracy is more reactionary than anywhere in Latin America. Yet they are attacked. Not only that, there was the case of a peasant in El Progreso, a Christian Democrat, who was a trade unionist and spent more than 18 months in jail, accused of being a guerrillero. Here trade unionism is synonymous with communism. And that's the problem all over the south coast. The peasant organizations of Suchitepeques and Retalhuleu peasant leagues as they're called have been relentlessly hounded and their leaders jailed. As part of the new government's propaganda campaign, they took 8 peasants from their homes in La Maquina, in Suchitepeques department, murdered them, and left the bodies lying in the middle of the jail. They had nothing whatever to do with us. Yet the press afterward reported that they'd tried to ambush an army patrol and were a South Coast group of guerrilleros. As the counter-revolution advances, the revolution develops, Cesar Montes often says during our talks. In fact, the military surround and kill campaign, and the terror let loose by the army through its white guards, have resulted in the guerrilla band's tactical withdrawal from its old stamping grounds and extension into new areas. It tries out new methods and learns more about the characteristics of each. 44. zone, each sector of the population. In the purely Indian areas it has to do a patient job, a careful job. Describing some of the difficulties, Montes speaks of North American intervention disguised under the Peace Corps and of the various religious missions which for a long time have been deforming the Indian's mentality so as to keep him out of the political struggle, the struggle for genuine economic solutions. They concentrate on his talents as an artisan, although obviously the peasant problem in this country, still less the Indian problem, won't be solved by weaving and pottery. A personal experience in connection with the Peace Corps' economic solutions comes to my mind as we talk. Some friends and I had disembarked at the Indian village of Santiago de Atitlan after crossing the magnificent lake. The children surrounded us crying "Tsaikapaki, Tsaikapaki." Being new in Guatemala, I thought this must be some phrase in the local dialect. I was quickly set straight. It turned out to be their version of "take a picture," which they had learned to say to get a tip from camera-buff tourists. Neither primitive farming in the unproductive minifundio, nor tourism, nor folk crafts, can bring the Indian into civilization with the rights that modern life concedes to a human being. The Indian is integrated into the society of the others to the extent that it uses him. The picking of coffee and cotton binds him to the other exploited people. However deep his roots in his own soil, he cannot choose between working for wages and farming for himself. The choice is made in advance. The society which rejects him assigns him the role that makes him acceptable. There is a close relation between the land shortage and the low farm wage, as the perceptive Guatemalan anthropologist Joaquin Noval notes. Noval has shown that the scarcity of land, added to the poverty and low productivity of the soil, forces the minifundio peasant to hire himself out cheaply to the latifundio farmer who, to bring this about, fixes rents very high on his vast but minimally exploited properties. 45. The Guatemalan revolutionary faces great difficulties. High walls separate the Indian from the history that awaits him. Added to the most obvious problem of communication, for he speaks either no Spanish or very little, are other alienations, much more important ones, the fruit of ancient hatreds brewing within him during 4.5 centuries of humiliation and treachery. The experience of the Alta Verapaz guerrilleros is eloquent. The revolutionary word has to be spoken by and to the Indian in his own language or it will not be understood. There are also barriers of distrust confronting any proposal for change. From the Maya religions there survives a static conception of the world which easily fits into the Christian cults. There is a natural seven order of things, as immutable as it is deserved by both victims and victimizers, and a no less natural structure of hierarchies determining who gives orders and who obeys them. The Christian churches have exploited the Indians' resignation, fear, insecurity, and lack of confidence, fixing in their minds the idea of sin and punishment, of eternal damnation. When Arbenz tried to bring the Indians into a national mobilization for agrarian reform, he found that the enemy's propaganda campaign had borne fruit. Agrarian reform was a dark design of the devil, or a direct threat to the right of property. The Indians were afraid that their 1-hectare plots would be expropriated. The other important source of culture affecting the Guatemalan Indian is the army. Hunted like wild animals as they leave their fiestas, each army agent must fill his quota. Young Indians are forced to leave their lands to do military service. Only poor peasants do this service in Guatemala. Urban young men easily arrange to avoid it. Some of these poor peasants who go off to be soldiers will never return. When they die in battle against the guerrilleros, the news is withheld from their families. In some cases they are informed that the soldier has been sent to Panama with a special scholarship. A friend commented to me, "Here, Panama is another name for winter, death." The army merely confirms, by the force of discipline, the fatalistic concept of the world and sacramental respect for the established order of hierarchies. The Indian takes up arms against those who die for him. But at the same time his objective situation makes him especially sensitive to the propaganda of the revolution. Many a soldier has deserted to the ranks of the opponents. For, quote Cesar Montes, "You can fool some of the people all of the time, or all of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. He adds, the peasants need land and don't have it. They need houses but the government builds them for the military. It's an anger bottled up through centuries that is going to explode in Guatemala, that is now exploding. Brief history of the victims and the rebels. They did not then have fire and Tohil made it and gave it to them, and the people warmed themselves with it, feeling very content with the heat it gave them. The fire was lit and burning when a big rain and hailstorm came and put it out Popolva. My pilots are blonde with blue eyes, Guatemalan ex-president Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes once said, but that doesn't mean they're North American. In this country of Indians the physical coincidence was hardly accidental. The United States has been intervening in Guatemala's internal affairs for a long time, on every level. The imperial presence in the country is the very essence of crudity and unadorned model of the exploitation endured by the tormented lands south of the Rio Grande. Guatemala is the clumsily masked face of all Latin America, the face of the suffering and of the hope of our countries, plundered of their wealth and of the right to choose their destiny. It is from the United States that presidents and dictators are installed and removed in Guatemala. The economy is controlled from Wall Street through investments, trade, and credits. The army receives weapons, training, and orientation from North American officials who often participate personally in military operations within the country. Press and television depend in large degree on the advertising of foreign firms. Officials and technicians of the United States Embassy or international organizations operate a parallel government which becomes the only government at decisive MO. 47. 48. Mance. Coca-Cola has replaced natural fruit juices and the God of the Protestants and the Mormons competes with the Mayan divinities, who have survived hidden behind Catholic altars. Of course the domination and exploitation of Guatemala, as if it were a piece of private property, is nothing new. It has assumed peculiar characteristics since 1954, because the criminal invasion which imperialism organized in that year has marked the country's present history with fire. The fall of Arbenz was a decisive link in a long chain of aggressions which neither began nor ended at that point. The present situation cannot be explained without keeping very much in mind the revolutionary process of the decade beginning in 1944, and its tragic end. From those winds come today's storms. The same forces which bombed Guatemala City, Puerto Barrios, and Puerto San Jose at 4 p.m. on June 18, 1954, are now in power. They exercise real power behind the screen of a civilian regime which hypocritically proclaims itself heir to the defeated revolution. Ever since that disaster the defeated people have been learning to rise up in other ways. The lost revolution is also the key to the consolidation and development of today's guerrillas. The colony wanted to make itself a nation. Until 1944, the country had been witness and victim of its history but not a protagonist. For a long time Guatemala's fate had been at the mercy of foreign money staked by gamblers in Wall Street or Washington or the Pentagon. Led by university men and young nationalist army officers, the revolution exploded and put an end to the long dictatorship of Ubico, an old general whose pro-German sympathies did not prevent him from serving the interests of North American enterprises, and whose proclaimed cult of honesty raised no obstacles to his excellent relations with the local oligarchy. This small country of illiterate Indians dying of hunger raised itself up on two legs. Arevalo and Arbenz, successively elected by popular vote, had the job of leading the difficult. Brief history of the victims and the rebels. 49 Venture of national affirmation - national in a sense that transcended the frontiers of Guatemala. Under these administrations the best and sturdiest efforts were made to rebuild Central America's lost unity on new foundations. Central America, like all Latin America, was divided up by frontiers which imperialism consolidated or invented, the better to dominate it, and it will not be imperialism that will reconstitute the great fractured motherland. There is as wide a gap between Arevalo's original projects and the present SECA, Central American Economic Integration, as between the Latin American Free Trade Association, ALALC, and the dreams of Artigas * or Bolivar. So-called Central American integration, as now being carried out, produces nothing but disintegration of the area's weak national industries for the benefit of integration of foreign companies. Operations are planned on a regional scale. With markets widened and tariffs and controls eliminated, imperialist plunder takes new and more effective forms. When the Guatemalan Revolution tried 20 years ago to bring Central America together economically and politically, the aim was to de-balkanize the region for the benefit of the region itself, to reply with one voice to the common challenge of underdevelopment, and in ending the fragmentation to make it possible for the poverty and backwardness to be ended. But the Organization of Central American States, UDICA, born of those ideas in 1951, ended up as an enemy of the government of Guatemala. Far from breaking the isolation of the popular revolution, it intensified it. The United States used it as one of the catapults to attack the Arbenz regime, and to demolish it after a long and terrible campaign. Thus SICA today is a worthy heir to UDICA. Offshoots of the Guatemalan Revolution throughout Central America could have materialized only through other revolutions which never occurred. Guatemala felt nothing but hostility or indifference from its small neighbor countries, ruled by straw men for united fruit or by life dictators. Yet within the country's borders, the revolution followed its course until its final destruction by troops prepared by the CIA in Honduras and Nicaragua. Its successes are still very much alive in the people's memory. A vigorous educational program was launched, workers of country and city organized into unions protected by the labor code. The United Fruit Company, a state within a state, master of the land and railroad and port, exempt from taxes and free from controls, ceased to be omnipotent on its vast properties. The new labor and social security laws enabled the internal market to develop by raising purchasing power and the workers' living standards. Construction of highways and creation of the port at Matias de Galvez on the Atlantic broke the United Fruit monopoly of transport and trade. Ambitious economic development projects such as electrification of the country were undertaken with national capital. As Arevalo said, in Guatemala we have received no loans, because we know very well that when one gets dollars with the right hand one yields sovereignty with the left. But this was a very different Arevalo from the man who ended up advising armed intervention against the Cuban Revolution. Guatemala was beginning to show all of Latin America that a country can break underdevelopment, emerge from misery, without humiliating itself as a beggar at the door of the imperium. There was a new constitution which for the first time was not a rhetorical trap framed by intellectuals behind the people's backs. Above all there was a new conscience. The obstacles convinced Guatemala of its newborn strength. The Maya's descendants recaptured a sense of dignity badly wounded by the Spanish conquest and never healed. On June 17, 1952, the Arbenz government approved the Agrarian Reform Law. In his farewell speech on leaving the government, Arevalo had revealed that his administration had brief history of the victims and the rebels. 51 had to deal with 32 coups d'état promoted by the United Fruit Company. The agrarian reform was too much, an impermissibly dangerous example for Latin America. The North American embassy decided that the Arbenz government smelled strongly of communism and was a peril to hemispheric security. It was not the first time that a bourgeois nationalist regime aiming at independence had been thus described. Certainly neither Arevalo nor Arbenz proposed to socialize the means of production and exchange. The Agrarian Reform Law laid down as its basic objective the development of the peasant capitalist economy and the capitalist agricultural economy in general. The other measures taken by both governments were oriented toward the same end. This confusion would not be the last, as witness the blood spilled in other countries in years to come. The good health of North American investments south of the Rio Grande and the United States power politics in its natural sphere of influence rest on sacred socio-economic structures which determine that every minute of every day more than one Latin American child shall die of disease or hunger. Whoever touches these structures commits sacrilege, a scandal erupts. An overpowering international propaganda campaign was launched against Guatemala. That is the plague spot, it was proclaimed. The Iron Curtain is falling over Guatemala. In the first months of 1954 over 100,000 families had benefited from agrarian reform, which affected only idle lands for 52. Which indemnities in bonds were paid to expropriated owners. United Fruit cultivated only 8% of its properties extending from ocean to ocean. Now its vast unused lands began to be distributed among poor peasants who were ready to work them. The president of United Fruit said in a confidential interview, "From here on out it's not a matter of the people of Guatemala against the United Fruit Company, the question is going to be communism against the right of property, the life and security of the Western Hemisphere." The Organization of American States met to give its blessing to the invasion that the CIA was preparing against Guatemala. Among the indignant Democrats who then raised their hands to condemn the Arbenz regime at the Caracas Conference were representatives of the bloodiest dictators in the continent's history, living guarantees of Latin American stability: Batista, Somoza, Trujillo, Perez Jimenez, Rojas Pinilla, Adria. Even now such a conglomeration of corruption would break any computer into which it was fed. "We had neither doubts nor hopes," Guatemalan Foreign Minister Torriello wrote later about the conference. That was Guatemala's last chance, on the eve of the agony, to raise its voice for the independent foreign policy which was born of the revolution and died with it. In Chapultepec, San Francisco, Rio de Janeiro, Bogotá, and many other European and American cities, that small voice had spoken loudly and bravely enough to demonstrate, for the United States, inadmissible insolence. The OAS gave its approval and Castillo Armas, the man of the hour on a white horse, trained at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, led his U.S. trained and paid troops into Guatemala. Supported by North American volunteers piloting B-47 bombers, the invasion succeeded. Cornered by the enemy, betrayed by his military commanders whom he trusted to the end, Arbenz did not want, perhaps was unable to fight. On that tragic night in 1954 the people listened on the radio to his brief history of the victims and the rebels' 53 recorded speech of resignation, not to the hoped-for proclamation of resistance. The same thing was to happen later with leaders of similar movements elsewhere in Latin America. Popular leaders or presidents with bourgeois nationalist-type reformist intentions would wind up their days in power by abandoning it without firing a shot. Perhaps scared by the contradictions they had stirred up, and fearing that they would be swamped by the popular forces they had set in motion, neither Perón, nor Bosch nor Goulart gave arms to the workers to defend their regimes against the challenge of successive military coups. Soon after the invasion of Guatemala, Washington officially conceded that the machinery for the crime had been assembled, oiled, and set rolling by North American hands. It was a nice job by the CIA. A year later one of its heads, Gen. Walter Bedell Smith, joined the board of United Fruit, one of whose chairs had already been occupied by the then number one man of the CIA, Allen Dulles. Allen's brother, John Foster Dulles, had been the most impatient of the foreign ministers at the OAS meeting. This is no enigma, it was in his law office. 54. That the contracts between United Fruit and the Guatemalan government had been drafted in 1930 and 1936. Castillo Armas fulfilled his mission. He returned the expropriated idle lands to United Fruit and other landlords, and delivered to the international oil cartel the subsoil of 4,600,000 hectares, almost half of the country. The oil agreement was drawn up in English and arrived in English at the Congress. It was translated into Spanish at the request of a deputy who still retained a shred of shame. The revolution had declined to surrender the oil despite the pressures brought to bear during its decade of government. For whom are you keeping this oil? For Guatemala, Arevalo had replied to a Standard Oil agent. Today the cartel keeps in reserve, without exploiting them, the deposits where oil has been located, a policy it also follows in other Latin American countries. Castillo Armas governed by terror. He closed down the opposition press, which had functioned freely in Arbenz's time, and sent militant democratic politicians and labor and student leaders to jail, to the grave, or to exile. Finally he himself was assassinated. Eisenhower bewailed his death. "It is a great loss for his own nation and for the whole free world," he said. After new elections, which were annulled, and a brief military junta government, Gen. Edgar's Fuentes became president. Before the Castillo Armas invasion, the CIA had invited Edgar's to head the expedition. He himself now tells how he turned down the offer. Interviewed by the newspaper woman Georgie Ann Geyer in San Salvador, Edgar's said that he had hardly won the elections before 4 CIA men approached him to threaten reprisals if he didn't pay the balance on the $3 million debt incurred by Castillo Armas to finance his glorious invasion. Brief history of the victims and the rebels. 55 Edgar's put his signature to an unconstitutional and infamous agreement guaranteeing present or future foreign investments, which later served as a model for other Latin American governments with equally dubious ideas about national dignity. He also made his own effort at agrarian reform, a reform with such peculiar characteristics that only big landlords benefited, as a recent official report shows. It was Edgar's who offered Guatemalan land to train the forces that stormed Cuban beaches in April 1961, in exchange for some commitments to help his government. But in spite of this, his business relations with the CIA continued to be disastrous. He still bitterly complains that the United States did not keep its part of the bargain, and says he obtained the promised sugar quota only after threatening to boycott Alliance for Progress conferences. According to the Miami Herald, which is no more communist than Lyndon Johnson, the decision to unseat Edgar's was adopted at a meeting between Kennedy and his top advisors early in 1963. The present head of CIA, Richard Helms, was there, and so was the then ambassador to Guatemala, John O. Bell. Both showed great concern about a possible new electoral victory for Juan José Arevalo, who had announced his candidacy from exile. They attached no value to Arevalo's repeated blasts against the regime in Cuba, his public denunciations of Castro as a danger to the continent, a menace. Bell was convinced that Arevalo was a communist. His view prevailed despite President Kennedy's doubts. Colonel Peralta Azurdia brought off the coup d'état at the end of March, 1963. 3 days earlier Arevalo had secretly entered Guatemala, a journalist interviewed him. This provocation was enough to make the military unsheath their swords. So began another brutal dictatorship. One of its first acts was the murder of 8 political and trade union leaders in 56. Puerto Barrios, the United Fruit Port. Trucks laden with rocks drove over them, crushing them alive. 3 years later Julio César Méndez Montenegro, a liberal Catholic lawyer who had been involved in the Revolution of 1944, defeated his 2 opponents, both colonels, in the elections. The results were only made public a week after polling day. By then the winning candidate had been forced to sign a pact with the purportedly defeated dictatorship. Among other things, the pact provided that the military commands must remain unchanged, that no officer involved on the side of the 1944 revolution could fill a post of command in the armed forces, and that Col. Rafael Arriaga Bosque must remain as Minister of Defense. Arriaga Bosque had actively plotted against Arevalo and Arbenz, and later also against Edgar's. He had been the strong man of the Peralta Azurdia administration. He was the strong man of the Méndez Montenegro administration, of which Méndez Montenegro was the weak man, until his attempted coup met with failure and the U.S. gave the go-ahead for his replacement. The names changed but the power structure remained the same. The president plays a pathetic role. He provides the cover of an apparently civil administration for the military dictatorship which actually rules. Had it not been for the above-mentioned pact, the military men would not have surrendered the government to Méndez Montenegro. Government, not power, Méndez Montenegro's hands are tied. He survives, openly backed by the United States Embassy, but only on the basis that he can do nothing. Nothing except talk with intimate friends in strictly private gatherings about brief history of the victims and the rebels. 57 His good reformist intentions, receive imposing loans from foreign banks that are mortgaging the country, and watch with impotent complicity the savage violence from the right. Many activists of the president's own party have been murdered by armed bands which the army organizes and protects. The hunt for communists and communists has been launched with blind fury in Guatemala. The birds Akotkovak came and pecked out their eyes, another called Kamalots cut off their hair, the animal called Kotsbalam devoured their flesh, and the one named Tukumbalam broke their bones and tendons Popolva. In April 1967, Time magazine tells its millions of readers that the situation in Guatemala has remained quiet in the recent period. A little before Time published this article, Julio Cesar Mendez Montenegro, president of Guatemala, summoned a close friend of student struggle days and said to him, "Don't move from here. Stay and live in the palace. I have learned that you are on one of the lists. They're going to kill you. This is the only protection I can offer." Shortly afterward, the chief of one of the extreme right-wing terrorist organizations which are turning the country into a shambles made a sage statement to a Guatemala City daily: "We are concerned to maintain constitutional order. A de facto situation would give the guerrilleros a flag to fight for." Behind the thin screen of the Mendez Montenegro civil regime, the military dictatorship set up by foreign intervention in 1954 is continuing with more violence than ever. Linked to the army by an umbilical cord, the terrorist bands act with complete impunity. The army is master of the situation, and the constitutional president washes his hands of it. The terror emerges from the shadows, strikes, and fades again into the darkness. A woman's eyes reddened from weeping, in 59. 60. Empty chair, a splintered door, someone who won't come back. The crime will simply have been a blow of fate, and the government will join the family in mourning the victims. Time forgot to explain in its article for whom the situation is quiet. Not for the Guatemalans, certainly. Exploding bombs shake the city at night, terrorists machine gun people and houses in full light of day, more than 500 have been threatened with death. The papers supply their readers with a daily quota of corpses which turn up mutilated or burned in the Motagua River, or are found at daybreak in the mountains or beside a road or on the outskirts of a town. Most of these featureless faces will never be identified. The bodies and heads are always mutilated by torture, hands tied behind backs. Sometimes some information happens to permit the corpse to be given a name. This decapitated woman in Santa Rosa is the teacher Oaxaca de Mejia. That castrated man is one of the Pineda Longo brothers. That body burned alive is Nora Pais, that Salama peasant with pins stuck in his eyes. Many deaths are never even heard about. The victims are poor Indians, without known name or origin, whom the army will include in its reports of victories against the guerrillas. Guatemala seethes with violence. This violence is of the right. Blind, bloody, indiscriminate repression, in cities and villages, is part of the military encircle and annihilate campaign against the guerrillas. Under the legal code now in force, members of the security forces have no judicial responsibility for homicides, and the police version is considered foolproof in the courts. Owners and administrators of big estates have the legal standing of local authorities, with the right to carry arms and form repressive forces. The vice president, Clemente Marroquin Rojas, justifies this because the landlords constitute the vital source of production. Time really meant to say that the situation is quiet for these medieval-minded lords of the land, for the 500-odd Guatemalan colonels who respond to the Pentagon like the echo to a voice, and for the Wall Street coupon clippers. 61. Who multiply their capital invested in Guatemala as Christ multiplied the loaves and fishes. In a recent pastoral letter, the Archbishop of Guatemala spoke of the peace of the cemetery which certain interests wanted to establish in the country. After mentioning the havoc caused by systematic terror, the Archbishop thus enumerated the problems of Guatemala. No one can deny that our social and economic reality is tremendously unjust and unbalanced, that there has to be a change in our corrupted structures, that above all a transformation of the mentality of many of our fellow citizens is necessary. The need for a change, and a radical one, is felt in every corner of the motherland. The present unjust distribution of national income, the disparity of earnings for while a few receive amounts that we do not hesitate to call offensive to the poverty of Guatemala, the immense majority get starvation wages, the fact that only a little more than 2% of the active population owns 70% of the cultivable land, creating the grave situation of the latifundio in some areas and the even graver one of the minifundio in the high plateau, the systems by which our peasants are hired, and which still have no legal standing, the fact that some hundreds of thousands of school-age children are deprived of elementary education, the specter of illiteracy, the disintegration of the family, with its most serious consequences, growing immorality on all sides, and finally the lack of proper education in responsibility and order, not to mention other evils that afflict us, demand the courage to make a thorough change. It is precisely the gendarmes of this tremendously unjust and unbalanced social and economic reality whom the Archbishop was denouncing, those who want to enforce this quiet spattered with blood. They are aiming at the peace of the cemetery, a typical case of the Pax Americana. Officially, 1967 was designated the year of peace in Guatemala. But in the Gualan area no one fishes anymore. Too many corpses have been caught in the weirs tapexcos, as they are called, which the fishermen improvise to catch fish. In 62. Gualan, a group of North American officers, are constant callers at the home of Mariano Sanchez, the army's representative and boss of the local terror. The frenzy of the hunt recalls, of course, on a smaller scale the recent massacre in Indonesia. Under none of Guatemala's former military regimes did terror so seize hold of the country as under Julio Cesar Méndez Montenegro's civil administration. The armed bands of the extreme right operate with impunity and efficiency, protected by the army and police whose offspring they are. The police wear bulletproof vests on the streets, jeeps patrol the capital night and day. The armed enforcers of the law know their enemies. They grab a young man, Hector Berger Majangos, as he leaves a party one Sunday night. The youth doesn't understand. He has taken one drink too many, but he never mixed in politics. He will be interrogated and beaten for the next 3 days. Finally, on Thursday, he will be formally charged with distributing new anti-communist organization NOA propaganda on Wednesday night, that is, while he was a prisoner in the 4th Corps Police Headquarters. The leaflets he was alleged to have distributed will be shown to the judge. Berger Majangos will finally be freed because his lawyer has witnesses who saw him arrested. But this young man who was ready to live without commitment to anything will be scared. He will feel under suspicion and still won't understand. Perhaps he will flee to Honduras. *The Telecommunications Authority announces in the press that telephones from which anonymous calls are made will be disconnected. Citizens are warned, don't touch suspicious packages. Threats made directly or by letter or phone are foul. Load by kidnappings, murderous attacks, tortures, assassinations. See a communist, kill a communist is the slogan of the new anti-communist organization, whose definition of communism would make the John Birch Society blush for shame. NOA depends directly on the army. It was not poetic license when one of NOAA's press releases said that it operates side by side with the glorious Guatemalan army. It has promised to tear out the tongue and cut off the left hand of its enemies. As for MANO, the organized nationalist anti-communist movement, it operates in the orbit of the police. *6 bombs exploded at about 8 p.m. on May 16, leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, MANO distributed leaflets in residential areas suggesting that the doors of left-wingers be marked with black crosses. At the bottom of the leaflets were the words, Guatemala, 1967, Month of Flowers. Both NOA and MANO have published confidential data which were in the possession only of the army or the political police. Luis del Valle was found dead, a victim of frightful tortures, 3 days after police arrested him at the end of June 1967. MANO announced that it had killed him and tossed the body onto the highway. Your days are numbered, MANO isn't playing games, say the personal warnings. CADEG, the Anti-Communist Council of Guatemala, announces that it will cleanse the country of communists in a week. The terrorist groups customarily operate through military agents designated by the army, who are the real power in Guatemala's interior. The authority of auxiliary mayors, elected by the civil power, is purely nominal. Thus the tragedy of the whole country is reproduced in every little village. Violence defines positions, the boss is the one who commands, not the one who says he commands. But the armed bands also have other elements at their disposal. It is not hard to extend the hours of a soldier or have him change into civil garb for an extra job. The professional army believes its very survival is at stake, it is ready to toss a coin, winner take all, for its right to live for its giant slice of the budget. As in Vietnam, it is easy enough to claim self-defense. A revolver is put in the hand of a rural landowner, perhaps possessing only medium or small holdings but haunted by the nightmare of a possible social revolution which he thinks will destroy his order of values and material and moral security. A murderer is created by a few words breathed in his ear. Sometimes, too, terrorists are recruited at random. Oliverio Castaneda lived in a village in Tecolotan, in Zacapa, off the map between river and mountain. "You help the guerrillas, we're going to kill you and your family," the soldiers told him one day, inventing it on the spur of the moment. In return for certain favors he changed his life. He joined one of the groups. He had never been involved in any violence before. He liked it. He had a wretched existence to take revenge for. Todav he operates in Guatemala City. Said the defense minister, Col. Arriaga Bosque, all the subversion in Guatemala in recent years has come from Havana. But when Secretary Rodolfo Gutierrez of the government party in El Jacaro disappeared, kidnapped by civilians, his relatives didn't send a protest telegram to Fidel Castro. They went to the defense ministry itself. Col. Arriaga gave them a note to Colonel Carlos Arana, the commandant in Zacapa. Accompanied by a captain, Gutierrez's family finally reached the village of La Palma in Rio Hondo. After an hour Gutierrez was rescued from a concentration camp where the prisoners, before being murdered, are subjected to third-degree 65 torture. In charge of the camp are more than 100 well-armed civilians, among whom are Hondurans, Cubans, and Puerto Ricans, exactly the sort of people whom the United States Green Berets recruit for work south of the Rio Grande. When engineer Montano Novella finally discovered the whereabouts of a vanished friend of his, he faced an armed guard at the entrance to the Zacapa village of Pinulas. The guard consisted of civilians, landowners authorized to shoot to kill. Montano Novella obtained a military safe conduct and was thus able to get his friend out of the camp where he was held. It was a return from hell. His friend described having seen 2 men castrated and a woman decapitated. A journalist, Julio Edgar Garcia, was threatened with death because naming names he disclosed in his paper, El Gráfico, a demonstration that the army organized in Gualan with members of a terrorist organization. That is the kind of information which may not be published in this country where, on the other hand, the press must give big headlines to anonymous expressions of popular support for the armed forces. However, the vice president of the country makes a point of speaking clearly. Replying to a declaration by the students, the impetuous Don Marroquin Rojas admitted it contained some statements which are true, though he said that not all terrorist acts could be attributed to the army. In his view it was a case of legitimate defense. The left started it, he said, and it was logical and proper that the right should respond. They use the same weapons in legitimate defense, he commented, adding, the army will not retreat in the struggle it is waging against communism. The brother of the guerrilla chief Cesar Montes, who had no part in the political struggle, was found dead, mangled by torture, 3 days after being arrested by the army. Noah took credit for the execution. The murder of relatives of revolutionaries, guilty merely of kinship, is now a routine phenomenon in Guatemala. Tomás Guerrero was secretary of the Revolutionary Party, the government party in Puerto Barrios. Privately and publicly he was a fervent anti-communist. One morning in November 1966, he was kidnapped on the waterfront by a group of persons unknown. Some weeks later his body turned up somewhere, without the head. He had been the victim of a right-wing terrorist group. Meanwhile another leader of the same party, José María Rivera Flores, was pumped full of bullets by a military henchman in Chiquimula. A few days before they killed him, Rivera Flores, the party's local general secretary, had sent a note to President Mendez Montenegro accusing agents of the military in his district of organizing terrorism. The note, magically deflected from its addressee, came into the hands of the defense minister. Rivera Flores had signed his own death sentence. A week after they finished him off, Paulino Gutierrez was found among some thickets in Olopa, cut to pieces with machetes. He too was prominent in the Revolutionary Party. Then a deputy, Lopez Duran, made a speech in Congress demanding a stop to the attacks on his party comrades and naming some agents of the military as participants in clandestine terror groups. The Revolutionary Party, revolutionary in name only, promptly expelled him from its ranks for lack of discipline. Soon afterward 11 leaders of the party in the Sonarate area, who had been arrested by the mobile military police, turned up dead in El Progreso. They had been shot and their faces burned to make them unrecognizable. Local people assert that the corpses were moved in a truck guarded by BV-2 Army radio patrolmen. 67. In official military reports, these members of the official party were added to a list of 4 guerrilleros whom the army had surprised and killed. Other Revolutionary Party victims have likewise been added to the list of communists liquidated in the cleanup campaign, among them, a deputy who had been on the official delegation to the Punta del Este President's Conference. From a Guatemalan military man's standpoint, Central American version of the Pentagon standpoint, a communist is anyone whose ideas differ from those of a Guatemalan military man, more simply, anyone who has ideas. It is a crime merely to be young in some areas. Some men under 30 who left for Puerto Barrios to sell merchandise or collect accounts or make commercial deals were swallowed up in the ground. Better not ask so many questions. Their families are advised. Victims are picked on strict ideological lines. Informers, with faces masked, accompany the police along roads of the Northeast pointing them out, this one's a son of a bitch, that one's a son of a bitch. Those thus accused disappear and nothing more is heard of them. Said an economics professor with whom I was discussing the country's balance of payments figures, expressing an opinion on Guatemala's problems nowadays is a way of signing one's own death warrant. 3 bombs had gone off in his department. The dean had been threatened. 68. The war of nerves, the atmosphere of panic, gives results. There are never any witnesses of a killing, even when people are dragged from their homes and shot down in the street. The families of many who disappear prefer not to take the matter to the authorities. Relatives of jailed left-wingers ask the judge not to free them. Many university men have gone into exile. Mono threatened to kill the journalist McDonald Blanco if he won the elections in the Journalists Association. He won. He had to resign. But terror is not always decisive. Jokingly, an intellectual whose life has been threatened more than once said to me, as the Mexican song puts it here, as in Guanajuato, life is worth nothing. He became serious and added, my sister was very worried and came to see me because she knew I was on the lists. But I said to her, don't let it get you down. If one has to face death for wanting a free Guatemala, well, one must face it. We're back again in 1810, but in another way. Now Latin America is fighting for its second independence. And that's how a man shows he's a man, by whether he knows how to die when he has to die. What the hell? That's the way it is. When the people began to be suspicious about the footprints, they gathered to discuss it and said, what can this be that sows death among the people, killing us one after the other? Popolva. Rosael, the guerrillero, is carefully cleaning his automatic as we talk. Suddenly, shading his eyes with his hand, he looks up at the slice of sky between the peaks. He seems to be looking for the helicopter which he has been describing to me. The pal from Oregonal had ratted on us. We doused the fire we'd made for breakfast as soon as we heard the drone of the motor. The helicopter dropped 6 20-pound bombs on us one after the other. We saved our skins by a miracle. There were very few of us and we could hide behind rocks. You should have seen those splinters flying every which way. Next day they dropped napalm. We were already off toward the west making for Teculotan, and we saw the flames leaping up behind us. Man, how that brush burned! We saw it all from a distance of about 300 yards, under fairly good cover in a ravine. An Army light aircraft was dropping the stuff. The explosions were, you might say, softer than ordinary bombs. Some days later, in the Alejandria Mountains near the Rio Hondo, about 8 of us in a patrol found 5 bodies, completely charred, in the vegetation consumed by the fire. Vietnam is not the only place where napalm bombs are used. The United States has been lavish with the terrible jellied flame south of the Rio Grande. The Peruvian guerrillas were smashed in Mesa Pelada after a military campaign that 69-70 included incineration of a small native village with all its inhabitants. Now they are using napalm in Colombia and Venezuela. In Guatemala they have been dropping it since the end of 1966 on guerrilla zones of influence. Stretches of trees and scrub have burned for 3 or 4 days, more than one peasant was a witness. The bombs go off like fireworks and a mass of brilliant red foam spreads over the mountains or runs along rivers, destroying all it touches. Cedars and pines are burned down to the roots, animals are incinerated, the earth is scorched, rocks are blackened. In an informal interview he gave me, the Vice President of Guatemala in person, Don Clemente Marroquin Rojas, talked about napalm. It was easy to win his confidence, thanks to my providential likeness to a friend of his, a certain Newberry, who had been his companion in exile in Honduras 30 years before I was born. Halfway through the conversation we both agreed that there are some things the North Americans shouldn't do in countries like Guatemala. For example, he said, they could have landed at the time of that Panama thing. Just landed. I agreed with deep conviction and, very cautiously, managed to discover what he was talking about. Thus I learned that a squadron of North American planes, piloted by North American flyers, had taken off from Panama, dropped North American napalm on a Guatemalan mountain, and returned to Panama without touching Guatemalan soil. In his delirious newspaper La Hora, a few months before our interview, the same Marroquin Rojas had written a no less eloquent editorial. The United States, he said, would intervene in Guatemala if the Guatemalan army could not handle the problem. The domino theory is also applicable to Guatemala. If Guatemala goes communist, so will the other small countries around us. Asterisk. And Senator Wayne Morse had remarked that as the hemisphere knows, in Guatemala too the prospect of a civil upset can spark United States intervention. It is a question of shadings. The Guatemalan vice president and the United States senator are both talking about massive intervention, implying an invasion in Dominican Republic style or a war like the one in Vietnam. Yet the intervention in Guatemala has been continuous and visible from 1954 to the present day. The CIA and Pentagon took power through the Castillo Armas invasion and never relinquished it. Today they exercise it through advisors crowding the government offices and ministries, and above all through the army and police, which move the levers of real power to the beat of the imperialist bandmaster. Terrorist groups, faithful copies of Vietnam assassination teams, sow terror in Guatemala, as in Vietnam. Napalm sets the mountains afire. The Green Berets say, as they once said in Vietnam, that our mission is not to fight but to train. Yes, this sound and fury are familiar. Guatemala, like all Latin America, is a premonition of Vietnam. It is a country swarming with Rangers, Green Berets, and FBI and CIA agents. 72. The guerrilleros take it for granted that intervention by imperialism on a large scale will eventually come. That is, the present intervention will multiply several times in quantity and intensity. The Guatemalan army, whose corruption creates its own disintegration, is merely the immediate enemy. Behind it waits the Pentagon itself. Guatemala's armed forces can fall to pieces someday, victims as much of their internal contradictions as of guerrilla action. But in contrast with Cuba, the flight of a Batista will this time be followed by North American invasion. Cesar Montes, the FAR leader, put it this way to me: tactically we can't ignore the role that imperialism plays and will play here. We know that sooner or later the imperialists will intervene massively in Guatemala, with troops, as they did in the past in Nicaragua against Sandino, more recently against the Dominican Republic, and now in Vietnam. We figure North American intervention in our calculations for the fight, and this gives the guerrilla struggle a distinctive character. It is in this framework that the Guatemalan guerrillas' contact with similar movements in other Latin American countries becomes decisive. That contact, which began with the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, is being successfully developed through organizations set up by the conference. Large-scale imperialist intervention will come one day. And then, well, we won't forget that Latin America is a unit. Then we'll have the right to admit revolutionaries of other countries into our ranks. Guatemala isn't the Dominican Republic, we're not surrounded by the sea, they can't isolate us, we have frontiers with Mexico, Salvador, and Honduras. A whole floor of Guatemala City's Cruz Azul building is occupied by North American advisors who run the national police and participate directly in interrogating some political prisoners. These advisors operate behind the screen of AID, Agency for International Development, the instrument of the Alliance for Progress whose function in Guatemala is to supply the security forces with radios, patrol vehicles, and sidearms. Under the command of embassy military attachés, a large number of North American officials work in various sectors of the Guatemalan armed forces. Among the advisors actually with the army, not as mere witnesses but participants in military operations, Green Berets play a primary role. Counter-guerrilla training is in their and the Rangers' hands. This training, which includes torture techniques and the organization of assassination teams as part of the propaganda job, is given not only in the United States and the Panama Canal Zone but also in Guatemala itself. According to the journalist Norman Gall, who has reason to know about it, half of all Guatemalan officers have taken counter-guerrilla courses outside their country. Under curious circumstances which would make a long story, I was able in Guatemala to get in touch with a deserter from the military police. Mario Julio Ruano Pinzon, who had been a sergeant at headquarters, thus described his own experience. The Green Berets gave us special instructions for the counter-guerrilla struggle in courses we attended on La Cajeta Estate, somewhere in Zacapa. We were there from May to October of last year. They didn't let us go into town. We learned to survive in the mountains, the plants that you can eat, the water you can drink. They taught us to improvise bridges and cables to cross the deepest gorges. We also learned methods of killing, in mountain combats and in villages, how to disconnect those booby trap bombs that blow up in your face when you open a door. Army intelligence officers gave us political instruction. They explained that Cubans were running the guerrillas in Guatemala. The Green Berets also taught us camouflage methods. With regard to prisoners, they advised us to kill them if we couldn't take them along. If they made 74 a nuisance of themselves, we were told to finish them off on the spot. But not when they were leaders, then we had to get their names, take their papers, maps, and weapons, handcuff them and take them to our superior officers. You don't kill leaders because they have to be interrogated first. The superior officers did the interrogating, not us. Ruano Pinzon had just deserted from the army. He had his reasons. He is the only survivor of 4 soldiers, witnesses of a terrible massacre that no one will forget. A day before the elections that made Julio César Méndez Montenegro president of Guatemala, 28 revolutionary leaders were captured and disappeared. They were political, student, and trade union activists: Leonardo Castillo Flores, Victor Manuel Gutierrez, Humberto Pineda, Fernando Arce Barons, Francisco Amado, Carlos Maria Sosa, Juan de Dios Castillo, José Luis Mita, David Aguilar Mora, Victor Palacios, Marco Tulio Molina Licana, Carlos Enrique Galindo, Iris Jan Serna, Ricardo Berganza, Rogelio Hidalgo, Mario Lemus, Emilio Vázquez, Marta Palacios, Eunice Campiran, Emma Judith Amezquita, and others. Their families could not find out where they were, living or dead, in which jail or in what ditch. Months passed and the guerrilleros obtained, by direct methods of pressure, promises from the Mendez Montenegro government to the effect that there would be an investigation. The investigation was never made. However, it was possible to discover what happened to some of the 28. Iris Jan Serna, for example, the niece of Jan Sosa, had been beaten to death beside the Montagua River. It was also learned that most of the 28 had been machine-gunned in the armory of the Matamoros barracks and their bodies thrown into the Pacific. The testimony of Ruan Openzone confirms this. The following is what he told me in a secret interview somewhere in Guatemala City's suburbs. One note of explanation: the man named Manuel, mentioned by Ruan Openzone, was Victor Manuel Gutierrez, the famous trade union leader who remains invincible in the memory of his people. A premonition of Vietnam. 75. There were 4 of us subordinates who went along with the officers as bodyguards that night. We were accompanying the 3rd Chief, Colonel Maximo Zepeda Martinez. I was on guard at the door when a light Ford truck drew up. I didn't see the license number, a green 58 model. They seemed to be bringing in the last bunch of prisoners. I asked a cop who was standing there and he said, "I don't know, there's a lot more inside." They were in the armory. I tried to go in but officers told me to stay outside. Colonel Zepeda looked at me and said, "Look, you'll have to sleep in the emergency room because it seems we'll be taking a trip out during the night." That's what he said to me and these 3 buddies who were with me: Carlos Leonardo, Lisandro Chacon, the other's name escapes me. Oh yes, Elias Dubon. It was 11:15 when Colonel Zepeda woke me up. He asked if we were ready. Before he told us to go and hit the hay, Colonel Zepeda got a call from Colonel Arriaga Bosque, who was the Vice Minister of Defense. The colonel told him to hurry up and get the job done. "Come here," said Colonel Zepeda to me. "Stand at the door and don't let anyone come in." The barracks phone operator, Miguel Angel Falgar, was a friend of mine and told me about the conversation. The prisoners were going to be killed right there in the armory of the Matamoros barracks. I said to him, "Those poor bastards sure are going to get hell." "You said it," he replied. I heard Colonel Arriaga Bosque give the order on the phone. I went up to one of the prisoners. He said his name was Manuel. I asked him why they brought him in and he said, "Politics." He said he used to work for Colonel Jacobo Arbenz. He asked me for a cigarette and I gave him one. The others didn't accept cigarettes and didn't say anything. Probably because of my uniform. I asked this Manuel if he wanted anything for his family and he said, "It's not worth bothering. We only have a few hours left." He said someday I would read some books he had written. He showed me how he'd been beaten when they arrested him. His back was all purple from blows with rifle butts. I wanted to talk some more to them, but they didn't. Then the phone operator alerted me that the Vice Minister of Defense had phoned that he was coming over to the barracks. They were to wait for him. Colonel Arriaga Bosque arrived and went into a huddle with the officers. The colonel went in where the prisoners were and I don't know what was said because only officers were allowed in. 76. When they woke us up, Lieutenant Hugo Edmundo Alonso ordered us to get some sacks that were there. We thought it was some routine thing and we started hoisting them into a pickup and a jeep. When I hoisted the first sack I noticed blood on the sleeves of my uniform. I went to get the second and moved my hand over it and felt a face and a chest. "What's this?" I asked. "It's the guys they killed, get a move on," somebody answered. We all got covered with blood although they were wrapped in nylon. We went on hoisting. Who was in the armory when they killed the prisoners? I asked Ruan Openzone when he finished this story. When they were shot there were Colonel Zepeda, Colonel Oscar Ruiz, Lieutenant Hugo Alonso and René Ortiz. Also Colonel Arriaga Bosque. Where did they take the sacks? It was 11:30 or 20 to 12 when we took off with the sacks from the barracks at 5th St and 17th Avenue. Lieutenant Alonso was in charge of the jeep and Colonel Zepeda of the pickup. We drove to La Aurora Airport. When we arrived I noticed that everything had been prepared. The vehicles flashed their lights and the gates were opened. We put them in a plane, the same guys that had put them in the vehicles. The officers didn't touch them. The plane was number 500 of the Air Force. Lieutenant Arena, who is now an Air Force pilot, was there. We hoisted the sacks onto the plane but we didn't throw them out. That was done by Lieutenant Alonso, and some by Colonel Zapata. We flew out over the Pacific to dump them. I don't remember how many sacks there were, although somebody did mention it at the door of the armory. These people had been taken to the regular police, and when they brought them to the barracks it was obviously to shoot them, because they arrived all beaten up. 3 of the men who carried the bodies, Carlos Leonardo, Lisandro Chacon, and Elias Dubon, died one after the other, eliminated, perhaps, by fate. One turned up stabbed in the Pension La Posada, another was shot in the back in a Zacapa cantina, the third was pumped with bullets in the Chiquis bar behind the central station. Ruan open zone escaped. As can be. A premonition of Vietnam. 77 Scene. He has weighty reasons for thinking that Rafael Arriaga Bosque, the defense minister, doesn't want those eyes and that voice to remain alive. His picture appeared in all the papers. They are looking for him. It was thanks to napalm that the authorities found the buried corpse of Ronald Hornberger on the banks of the Teculotan. The fire started down the river and swept along, burning the banks. It exposed a rectangle of newly dug soil. The United States Embassy was helping actively in the search for him. Hornberger was a Green Beret veteran of the Vietnam War, Cesar Montes tells me. He came to us saying he was a reporter looking for material. He felt very secure. He was quite sure of his superiority over us. That was what gave him away. We talked to him, up in the mountains, for a few days. In a casual way he dropped some names and addresses in the city, and we had them checked a day or two later. None of these people knew him or had ever heard of him. He also lied about the place where he left his baggage. We checked there and it was false. Another funny thing that made us suspicious was that only the military aspects of our fight interested him, not our political motives for fighting. All his questions were very specialized on the military level. He had a complete line of fighting equipment and was a stellar performer with any weapon. He gave us exhibitions and said the hardware was a present for us. We sentenced him to death. Around his waist, under his shirt, he wore a nylon cord, the kind that Green Berets use to strangle people. The army is the master of the situation in Guatemala. The military brass do not stop to knock on the door of Mendez Montenegro, who is constitutionally but only constitutionally their commander-in-chief. The upcoming budget must be slashed because the oligarchy won't pay taxes. The only untouchable appropriations are those of the defense ministry. The president is a virtual prisoner, but the military don't. 78. Trust him and never did. 6 weeks after Mendez Montenegro moved into the government palace, soldiers broke into the Olympic Stadium and opened up some cases which had been sent there by presidential order. They found no arms, only jars of powdered milk for social service. Just as the army distrusts the president, the Pentagon, the major link in this chain of submission, distrusts the army. The local armed forces are inefficient and corrupt, with low morale and a glut of officers who are useless for fighting but good for plotting. 1 colonel for every 30 active men. The colonel may be illiterate, and almost all of the 30 men are young Indian peasants recruited by force. Officers involved in counter-guerrilla operations get double pay, rewards, the right to booty and special vacations. The bodies of ordinary soldiers are rarely given to their families. The solid and close presence of North American military men has kept the Guatemalan army from collapsing before the guerrillas like a house of cards, and has incidentally served to stifle at least 3 coups d'état in the last 2 years. North American advice, like the biblical tree, is known by its fruits. Not only have Army and police officers and NCOs received special training, but civil groups directly dependent on the military and police forces have been trained by the United States outside the country. The Green Berets fit these groups out with weapons and ideas, and prepare them to fight in the undeclared war that imperialism is waging in Latin America. According to confidential information of the government party's security organs, Guatemalan terrorist groups of the extreme right have received military training just across the border in a little Honduran town near Santa Rosa Copan, which comes under the Honduran Army's 3rd Military Zone Commander. Accidents of Geography. In April 1966, Gen. Robert W. Porter, Jr., Chief of the United States Southern Command in Panama, told the Foreign Affairs Committee of Congress that North American engineers, together with a premonition of Vietnam, 79 specialized officers, were engaged in a civic action program in the frontier zone where Honduran and Guatemalan troops have been making joint experiments in counter-guerrilla warfare. The armed forces' civic action plans consist not only of distributing powdered milk, medicines, and promises to villagers in areas subject to guerrilla influence, but also include intelligence operations often of a dirty type. All this is part of the Encircle and Annihilate campaign that the army has carried on against the guerrillas. Murder is blended with demagogy, while one hand kills people, the other distributes goodies. You have to have a guerrilla unit nearby to get drinking water, said an Izabal peasant with a sense of humor. The north-to-south combing operation by 3,000 soldiers in Zacapa in the first months of 1967 left much of the propaganda job in the hands of terrorist groups. Assassination teams play exactly the same role in Vietnam as Mono, NOAA, and the other outfits play in Guatemala. Not merely the direct elimination of enemies, in Guatemala today, as in Vietnam, phony guerrilleros perform atrocities for the sole purpose of attributing them to the FAR. This is one of the lessons the Green Berets teach to their trainees. An exciting aura of mystery surrounds the Green Berets, the elite corps which cultivates the brotherhood of violence and the myths of living dangerously. According to the journalist Georgie and Geyer, the participation of a small group of these 8th Special Forces men in the military training of Guatemalans has been officially admitted in Washington. A person who has reason to know, and consequently to conceal his name, told me the following about torture methods used in Guatemala. They use various methods of torture. One consists of tying a thin rubber band around a man's throat, with its ends extending to left and right. 2 individuals pull them, thus breaking the thyroid. To all intents and purposes the man is reduced to a sack of flesh and bones. He loses his voice, the ability to eat and to make certain movements. There are a number of cases of this. One of them was Ricardo Martinez. Another, an old fellow of 55 or 60 who sold tomatoes in the terminal market in Guatemala City. One of the prisoners heard him groaning but he couldn't say a word. He conveyed by signs that he wanted to go to the bathroom but could neither stand up nor walk. I dragged him along and 3 days later he died as a result of the tortures. There is one army unit, operating independently, that covers up these murders and the houses in the city where they are carried out. One of these places is behind La Aurora Airfield, a 2-story house with an iron fence in front of it and all the windows filled in with building blocks. But it isn't the only one. They conceal these murders by throwing the bodies out on the highways, full of bullets. Another torture method is tying the hands and putting a mask over the head filled with insecticide which they have to breathe. Many have died that way. Another was the one they used on the Pineda Longo brothers. One of them had his genitals cut off. That was the way his body was found. Some have had pins stuck in their eyes before being killed. Those are the chief methods. In other cases they tie the hands tightly with wire or chains. Some bodies have been found with hands completely mutilated around the wrists. Another way of murdering people is to grab them right on the street and shoot them on the spot. That's what we call the revolutionary hunt. They get hold of someone who knows people of the left, any informer will do, and machine gun people they meet on the street. With regard to the advice given by Green Berets in this department, an article by Donald Duncan, published by Ramparts of San Francisco in February 1966, is particularly eloquent. A few months earlier Donald Duncan, hero of the Special Forces and Vietnam War veteran, had left the North American Army with his chest covered with decorations. He was the first Vietnam War soldier recommended for the Legion of Merit. In his explosive article entitled "The Whole Thing Was a Lie," Duncan tells the following among much else. Initially, training was aimed at having United States teams organize guerrilla movements in foreign countries. Emphasis was placed on the fact that guerrillas can't take prisoners. We were continuously told, you don't have to kill them yourself. A premonition of Vietnam. 81 Let your indigenous counterpart do that. In a course entitled Countermeasures to Hostile Interrogation / we were taught NKVD, Soviet Security, Methods of Torture to Extract Information. It became obvious that the title was only camouflage for teaching us other means of interrogation when time did not permit more sophisticated methods, for example, the old cold water hot water treatment, or the delicate operation of lowering a man's testicles into a jeweler's vice. When we asked directly if we were being told to use these methods, the answer was, we can't tell you that. The mothers of America wouldn't approve. This sarcastic hypocrisy was greeted with laughs. Our own military teaches these and even worse things to American soldiers. I was later to witness firsthand the practice of turning prisoners over to ARVN for interrogation and the atrocities which ensued. Prominent members of Mendez Montenegro's government. Excuse the right-wing terror, which has piled up so many victims in the ranks of the so-called Revolutionary Party itself, by saying that it is no more than a reply to the previous challenge of left terror. Thus they forget that this long history of violence was begun by the USA in 1954, and that what is violent in the first place is the economic and social condition condemning so many Guatemalan children to death by starvation or disease. But they also forget an essential difference. History teaches its own lessons in the dialectic of hate. The President of the United States cannot wear the beard of Fidel Castro. The violence of the oppressor cannot be equated with the violence of the oppressed, although the Green Berets make their pupils learn by heart entire paragraphs of Mao Zedong and Che Guevara. There is no point in mechanically copying methods which, in any case, are different. The left has never tortured anyone in Guatemala, nor taken vengeance against the families of its enemies, nor have the guerrillas ever killed their prisoners. The guerrilleros have not repeated the error of shooting point blank at ordinary policemen or soldiers encountered on city streets. The left prefers to attack those who give the orders rather 82 than those who carry them out. When FAR or MR-13 sentence and kill a military chief or henchman in the course of the guerrilla struggle in the mountains or city, they explain the reasons in advance to the local population, and the peasants or citizens are aware anyhow, from their experience, that the condemned man had plenty of blood on his hands. On the other hand, when the right-wing terrorist groups sentence and kill a university student or a peasant suspected of rebelliousness, they inspire no popular outburst of joy for the elimination of a fidelista. The tactics of the counter-guerrilla struggle are forced, in this sense, to start from the same basis as the guerrilla band itself. The enemy is unpopular. But in Guatemala as in Vietnam, the one who is unpopular is precisely the friend of the United States, big landlords and their administrators, greedy businessmen, the multiple elements of the army in city and country. Challenges and responses and more challenges and responses, the law of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But on one side are the torturers, the murderers, the exploiters, on the other, the tortured and the victims, the exploited. A sigh of relief greeted the death of Colonel Enrique Trinidad Oliva, an ultra-reactionary officer, boss of a terrorist group, who had risen in the government in the wake of the Castillo Armas coup, and whose servility to Washington had earned him the nickname of Gunga Din, legendary waterboy of the English. But a wave of indignation followed the next assassination. The right decided to kill an Escuintla deputy, Carlos Salazar, by way of reprisal. Salazar had been elected by popular vote and was condemned by military resolution, an eloquent case. Ex-presidents or traitors. And seeing that sunshine was coming, they told Vuka the vulture to darken the morning, and he did it by opening his wings, and although 4 days dawned he darkened the sky 4 times by spreading his wings. Thus, today, if the vulture opens his wings when it is still dark, it is taken as a sign that dawn approaches. Popolva. Mendez Montenegro had promised agrarian reform. All he did was sign an authorization for landlords to carry arms, and they certainly use them against unarmed peasants. He had promised tax reform. It was the businessmen who finally decided who must pay taxes and how much that is, no one and nothing. He threatened to limit profits. To cover the deficit in the budget, he ended by cutting salaries of government employees. An American tragedy. South of the Rio Grande, presidents who take office through more or less free elections, intending to launch a program of more or less superficial reforms, soon become traitors or ex-presidents. It is well said that power is like a violin, one picks it up with the left hand and plays it with the right. These are the conditions for survival, to assure 25 years of bigger profits and full guarantees to the imperialist concerns that plunder Chile of its copper, lowering their taxes as they extract more wealth from the country and leave it less of a future, not to touch the interests of Standard Oil and U.S. Steel in Venezuela, to dress up the underdevelopment of Peru with the bright raiment of technocratic solutions, to use the 83. 84. Memory of the Mexican Revolution to govern against its principles, to destroy the economy of Uruguay so it will serve only to repay debts with new debts, chaining the country and its future to foreign banks. The incumbent president of Guatemala is a prisoner of the same alternative. His own country's experience shows him that as soon as anyone really tries to change the structures of submission and backwardness anywhere in Latin America, the military brass of the moment appears at his back, sword in hand. Civilian committees for defense of democracy are formed, the CIA and FBI mobilize their agents. Trained by and for the Pentagon in the United States or Panama, with North American manuals, doctrines, weapons, and support, Latin America's generals are ready to sink their teeth into the internal enemy. They are hardly installed in power when they invade the universities of Brasilia or Buenos Aires and express with clubs and bullets their natural distrust of any activity of the human brain. White House liberals raise no aesthetic objections to this. The most efficient dictators are so gross and vulgar that all they don't know would make an encyclopedia, and no small one. But the imperialists have their own reasons for feeling comfortable. All the military men who have become presidents in these recent years in the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Brazil, Bolivia are the product of the Pentagon's restructuring of Latin American armies. They are men trained and equipped under the United States military aid program, called Alliance for Progress Security, precisely in order to move against any civil regime that might want to make a reality of Alliance for Progress principles and its program of timid reforms. Certainly neither Arbenz, nor Bosch, nor Arosmena, nor Goulart, nor Paz Estenssoro had in mind the socialization of the means of production and exchange. Some tried to start an agrarian reform, distributing privately owned lands with indemnities to expropriated landlords. Others simply committed the error of thinking that their hungry popula, ex-presidents or traitors 85. Shins deserved more attention than active coupon clippers in Wall Street. Santo Domingo. It is an unequal contest in the Dominican Republic in 1965, Coca-Cola bottles filled with naphtha against the dictatorship's Sherman tanks. At the approach to the bridge, the people fight baring their breasts to the bullets. The defeat of a General Wesson Y. Wesson, known as the Jackal, seems certain. Then the Marines land. Washington has sent them to protect the lives of North American citizens on the island. In a few days there are 40,000 Marines and not a single North American remains to have his life protected, although there are still many Dominican citizens to have their lives suppressed. The Marines reverse the situation. The constitutionalists, who had raised the banner of returning Bosch to power, the democratically elected president who was overthrown by vote of the military, fight from roofs and sewers, in patios and lanes. It is hopeless. With Camano's forces cornered between the Ozama River and the Caribbean, resistance becomes impossible. Tears of impotence and fury, clenched fists, all the young blood has been shed to no purpose. The foreign occupation forces control the elections, which take place in a climate of terror. The winner Balaguer, the right-hand man of the United States old gangster associate Trujillo, who still holds world records for massacres and tortures during 32 years of dictatorship. Bosch is flown back into exile. In 1963 his constitutional regime had lasted a few months. During his brief term he, who believed in the Alliance for Progress, could not even find out. 86. What happened to the aid funds, nor could he realize even one of his timid reform plans. He was overthrown by a coup d'état set in motion by the North American military mission in Santo Domingo. Later he would bitterly denounce the United States as being able to get along, in Latin America, only with governments of pirates with Cadillacs or military butchers like Trujillo. Ecuador and Brazil. In these years other joys have been vouchsafed to the northern imperialists by the countries south of the Rio Grande. On a July night in 1963, President Carlos Julio Arozmena of Ecuador, an aristocratic and jovial banker, talked too much after a banquet in honor of Grace Lines at which the United States ambassador, Mr. Maurice Birnbaum, was also present. Tuned up by the drinks, Arozmena loudly recalled certain unpleasant information about the economic exploitation suffered by his country at the hands of Grace and some other foreign concerns. Not many hours passed before the military tossed him out of the presidency, accusing him of being soft on communism and of having visited Moscow. On the last day of March 1964, the Goulart government fell. By chance in the following week I came upon a wall in the Rio de Janeiro suburbs with a placard defining the event. "Enough of intermediaries," said the crudely scrawled inscription, "in the next elections, Lincoln Gordon for president." The good Lincoln was then United States ambassador in Brazil. The cable of congratulations from Lyndon Johnson to the conspirators had reached the capital before the provisional president was sworn in. One could understand the haste. Goulart had decided to put a tourniquet on the bleeding of dollars that ails Brazil because foreign concerns operate like suction pumps on the national wealth. He had defied the International Coffee Trust, which 10 years before had compelled President Vargas to blow out his brains with a bullet. Lie hadden. Ex-presidents or traitors. 87. Announced a timid and controversial agrarian reform and voting rights for illiterates. His education and housing projects, too, were within the spirit of the Alliance for Progress. But it is generals and ambassadors who make our history, not spirits. Castelo Branco emerged to give the green light to North American capital, which took over Brazilian industry, raining it for debt or buying the shares for a few centavos by telephone. Suffocated by the violent tightening of internal credit and the fall of mass consumer demand, businesses could only retain their national names and sometimes not even that. The biggest factories, including petrochemicals, fell into foreign hands, protected by the new guarantee agreement for foreign investment. Electric Bond and Share got the scandalous indemnity it was demanding, and the Hanna Corporation picked up practically as a gift the richest iron deposits in the world with railroad and port thrown in. The national football team stopped wearing red shirts, by express order of the authorities a week after the coup. Now one can hear even the bossa nova sung in English. A United States Defense Secretary once remarked that what is good for General Motors is good for the United States. The formula was sagely rounded out by one of Castelo Branco's ministers. What is good for the United States is good for Brazil. The saga of plunder rolls on. In the last century Portugal drained Brazil's rich deposits of gold for the benefit of England. In a few more years Brazil will have no manganese, a basic mineral for making steel. Whole mountains of its territory are being shipped to the United States and have been for some time. The Costa e Silva regime continues conceding to imperialist concerns vast areas of Brazil, containing fabulous wealth in the form of strategic minerals and precious stones. The Amazon is the new Far West for North American pioneers. Under these conditions it mattered little to the anti-communists that Costello should negotiate and obtain substantial financial aid from the Soviet Union, the benefits of which are now enjoyed by his heir, another general. Peaceful. 88. Coexistence also feeds on these touching examples of collaboration between the great powers. Bolivia. At the end of 1964, Paz Estenssoro fell in Bolivia. He himself later said that the coup had been planned in the North American military mission in La Paz, by a certain colonel who was worried by the president's hesitancy in permitting the army to enter the mining centers, and by the commitments he had obtained from de Gaulle and Tito to finance some development projects. Yet he could never obtain North American aid to finance national smelters for the devil's metal, tin, which Bolivia exports in crude form, at a loss, to the United States and Britain. None of the international credit organizations, managed from Washington, ever paid any attention to this Bolivian demand. And as prices for raw materials fall on world markets, a country that does not industrialize is a country condemned. Paz was a proven friend of the United States and had broken relations with Cuba. But the Pentagon decided to install one of its favorite wolf pups, General Barrientos, in power. General Curtis LeMay was especially devoted to Barrientos. The story goes that on one of Barrientos' many trips to the United States, some time ago, the wife of a high Pentagon official drank his health at a party with the comment, "But see how American he looks." She meant North American. Barrientos does his best to deserve the compliment. He had denationalized his country with great enthusiasm. This Steve Kenyon of the Andes is responsible for the massacre of miners in mid-1965, a bloodletting repeated on St. John's Night in 1967. The dynamite thrown by the miners of Siglo XX, Huanani, and Catavi, and the old rifles given them by the Revolution of 1952, were of no avail. Rangers, special parachute troops and infantry surrounded the mines while aircraft sprayed machine gun bullets and bombs. Soldiers forced the doors of houses. Ex-presidents or traitors 89. Shooting blindly at families. Order was established. Today the miners can continue dying before they reach 30, destroyed by silicosis, but one must suppose that they are happy. They have been saved from communism. Argentina. Despite some early frictions, now overcome, the United States has the best of relations with General Ongania's regime in Argentina. This grim cavalry officer had hardly settled into Rivadavia's chair * before he dissolved the political parties, proclaimed himself the absolute power, and stormed the university and some trade unions. He is imposing by force a socio-economic policy which the constitutional regime of ex-President Ilia could not apply without some restraint and at tortoise pace, committed as it was to the electorate. Having elected himself, Onganía need render accounts to no one. He can cut the workers' living standards and unload onto them the weight of the crisis, and lavish benefactions with impunity on the big export and foreign concerns whose investments now have more facilities than the state itself. They are feeling very much at home. Before making arrangements to turn over the oil and gas industries, denationalize public services, and sabotage the national steel industry, Onganía had already co-authored the ideological frontier thesis with the present president of Brazil, General Costa e Silva. They both affirmed that United States intervention in the Dominican Republic was a good example to follow, since the fight against communism requires shelving of the old concept of sovereignty. This idea, as seductive for large countries as it is dangerous for small ones, is the basis of the present competition between Argentina and Brazil. While the venerable Ilia hesitated, Brazil took the lead by sending troops to Santo Domingo, and one of Castelo Branco's generals took command of the Inter-American Occupation Force. But Argentina is. Bernardo Rivadavia, first president of Argentina, 1826. Translator. 90. Regaining ground, and it still remains to be seen who will chalk up the most merits in administering and defending North American interests in the South. The spirit of the Alliance for Progress. The 6th birthday of the Alliance for Progress was a mournful celebration. The United States Senate cut its appropriation from $650 to $578 million, which would be used as in previous years for buying North American products at the world's highest prices, to put powdered milk, blankets, and promises in the hands of Latin America's oligarchical governments. In 1966 the United States spent more than 40 alliances for progress on killing Vietnamese. Johnson spoke with sincerity at the sad festivities. If anyone asks if the alliance is a success, we may well reply that only our sons or grandsons will know if it is a success. Latin Americans do not have to wait that long to know it is a fiasco. Instead of deeds, words. The rhetoric of revolution replaces revolution. What is a reality for the left becomes a shield for the right. The White House continues proclaiming the need for deep changes in Latin America, the revolution of growing hope of which Kennedy sang. The language was presumably poetic but became flagrantly tasteless in the mouth of his successor. Lyndon Johnson from Texas announced that we will make in Latin America a revolution of sweat rather than one of blood and tears. He pointed with pride to the fact that in 1967 no government in this hemisphere has been taken by force. He really meant to say that nothing turned up in 1967 to make the State Department feel it had to overthrow anyone. But who is going to be fooled by this prostitution of language? That which is affirmed in words is negated by deeds. What has the present American dream of an all-guerrilla continent to do with the text of the alliance? The only basic reform proposed in the Alliance for Progress Charter was agrarian reform. It is significant that the only ex-presidents or traitors 91 country to have carried it out in these recent times should be the accursed one, banished from the Organization of American States shortly after the alliance was born. Cuba, in fact, is the sole exception, and has made its revolution against imperialism and not thanks to it. We see a double paradox when we bear in mind that the alliance had a clear political meaning from the outset. It was Washington's response to the challenge of Fidel Castro, setting democracy in economic competition with communism. Events have shown that imperialism and local oligarchies prefer to compete on another level. Significantly, the alliance was launched just when a special military program to guarantee Latin America's internal security against subversion was being presented to the United States Congress. The subversion was pinpointed without delay in just those countries whose governments proposed to introduce undeniably necessary reforms. All of the governments genuinely seeking to act in the spirit of the alliance had a short life. It is prohibited to act but permitted to talk. No one denies Méndez Montenegro, President of Guatemala, the right to proclaim reforms which he will not make. Your pride of rank shall be cut down. You shall occupy yourselves only with making pots, pans and stones for grinding corn. Only the children of the scrublands and desert shall speak with you Popolva. The Department of State openly supports Méndez Montenegro. The embassy, directly or indirectly, heads off a coup d'état every 3 months. The president survives as a prisoner, because his impotence makes him completely innocuous from the standpoint of the political and economic interests for which North America is the world watchdog. Guatemala gets credits to sustain the national currency and a few jars of powdered milk fall straight out of the sky into the peasants' hands. Imperialism seeks to alleviate with one hand the consequences of what it does with the other. Meanwhile, the constant threat of a coup is effective blackmail to immobilize the president or push him into treason. Yesterday, Arturo Frondizi understood this very well in Argentina. Today everything in Guatemala is done and undone in the name of the fight against communist aggression. But isolating the guerrillas while their cause remains unconquered is like plowing the ocean. The rebels in the mountains are not the product of Cuban caprice, but of the order of things that condemns most Guatemalans to misery and humiliation, to premature death. Those who oppose changes, guardians of a social structure which makes it so easy to die and so hard to live, apply democratic methods of terror to save the system. 93. GZJ. Chaos is created, performing two functions. It provides pretexts for a possible coup d'état, which for the moment the U.S. government deems unnecessary and inopportune. At the same time it exonerates the military from responsibility for the dirtiest part of the cleanup job, for it is under a civil regime that indiscriminate repression has been let loose. Méndez Montenegro stands condemned. History will not judge him for what he does but for what he does not do, or for what he allows the real enemies of Guatemala's development and liberation to do. If he decided to act, some colonel could accuse him, pressing a bayonet to his breast, of inability to control the violence which the same colonel has organized. Soon after his victory in the last elections, the incumbent president of Guatemala asked a group of wealthy men, "Which do you prefer, gentlemen? To have 100 quetzals in your pocket with uneasiness and insecurity, or to have 75 fully guaranteed?" He was thus defining his government's intentions, that the rich should be slightly less rich so that the poor could be slightly less poor. One might say that his proposed changes were not excessive. He took over the government in mid-1966. Today the rich are still getting richer and social tensions grow, because 3/4 of the population receive a daily income of 20 cents and living costs are as high as in the United States. Rapid population growth and the cruel inequalities of income distribution make the average Guatemalan poorer than he was a decade ago when he was very poor despite the country's economic development. The per capita income in Guatemala is 1/25 that of the United States *, but this statistic only assumes its true dramatic dimension when one bears in mind that for a 95 handful of Guatemalans to be able to live like kings, protected with their privileged families behind the high walls of their mansion fortresses, 8 of every 10 persons have to be illiterate and go barefoot and eat 1/3 of what they need. According to calculations made by Professor Alfonso Bauer-Pais, 97% of Guatemalans will be illiterate by the year 2000 if present demographic trends continue and present structures remain intact. To illustrate the life of the landlord oligarchy, a few paragraphs from a report of the Inter-American Agricultural Development Committee, CIDA, will suffice. Say the CIDA technicians. The upper class live in the capital. Of 12 large estates studied in the west of the country, it was found that 11 of the owners lived in Guatemala City. The major part of this landlord group has higher and university education and many of them have studied abroad. They often send their sons to be educated in the United States and Europe. They seek to maintain a life of colonial aristocracy, while at the same time trying to idealize and imitate the North American standard of living. They have a big house, with many servants, luxury automobiles. The interview on one estate was delayed an hour because the owner had not yet arrived in his bimotor plane, modern domestic appliances, etc. At the same time they frequent social centers distinguished by their high cost, and keep up to date with the fashions. They frequently travel abroad and have a marked tendency to internationalize their social relations. Like investors of any Latin American country, those who are economically strongest invest in land for purposes of speculation. In 2 cases of estates on the Pacific slope, it was found that the owners would not allow agricultural extension agents to enter. They imagine that if they permit entry to these agents, or frequent visits in general for purposes of technical aid or agricultural experimentation, such visitors will arrive with other intentions having nothing or little to do with agriculture. At the national level, these landlords do not realize that they harm the country with their constant demands for credits which would * see Appendix I for fuller text of this report. 96. Benefit other sectors of production, and with their policy of sending abroad the annual dividends from their operations. The report also makes these observations about the workers. It may be said that rural workers are in an economic and social situation which imposes apparently insuperable limitations on them. Furthermore, we can confirm that the rural workers' situation has worsened in recent years. Since as matters stand no job alternatives exist for these persons, they are increasingly dependent on the estates where the work, which at the same time worsens their contractual relations with the employers. Thus a common statement by those interviewed was that if for one reason or another they do not show up for work, part of the wages owed to them is withheld, and they cannot complain because they would then be fired. As to the future, the workers generally state that they have no hope of bettering their lot, nor is there anyone to whom they can turn with their problems except the local authorities, mayors, judges, etc. However, the general position is that they go to no one because nothing happens anyway, especially when the said authorities are related to the employer. Asked in what way they would like to improve the situation, 46% of the interviewed workers said they wanted more land or a bit of land to call their own, and the remaining 54% said they preferred higher wages, but they realized that under present circumstances they have no way of asking for it, lacking any organization for the defense of their interests. Latifundio, minifundio, rich land, poor people. The minifundio does not yield enough to live, so the man who owns or rents it sells his labor to the latifundio for a pauper's wage. There are still many sharecroppers paying rent for their land in labor or products. 22 estates have an average of 23,000 hectares each, the best lands in the country. In some of them only 6 or 7% of the area is cultivated. There is a total of 6 agronomists and 34 threshing machines for more than 500,000 Indian families who work the little sun-baked plots on the Western Heights. The official census gives the figure of 750 tractors in the whole country. Those same figures show that the latifundio exploits less than 30% of its land. No roads exist in Alta Verapaz along which trucks or even carts can pass. The big farm owners do not need them. It is cheaper to transport the coffee on an Indian's back. In the countryside, drinking water, electric light, and latrines are unknown. Guatemala is short at least 1 million housing units, and there is one doctor for each 5,400 inhabitants. In Quiche Department, one doctor for each 120,000. Hospitals, beds, medicines are lacking. Yet Guatemala is one of the 7 Latin American countries occupying a place of honor in the State Department for having joined with the United States in aid to South Vietnam by sending medicines. The unpunished crimes of poverty: of every 1,000 children born alive in this country, 120 die before the age of 4, according to official data which are kept comfortably on the low side. Of those who don't die, nearly all are condemned to survive without schools or shoes or Sundays or toys. This violence of the system, condemning so many children to die of disease or hunger, is even more terrible than that of the extreme right terrorists. Even without the echo of one shot being heard, Guatemala would still, like all Latin America, be a battlefield on which death wins. Just off the plane in Guatemala, and queuing up for the customs officials, I overheard 2 North American citizens beefing strenuously about the new government. They looked like businessmen and no doubt were. They said that Guatemala today is a tax hell. Later I realized they were referring to certain feeble breaks which are applied to the flight of foreign exchange by way of profit remittances, a small tax that was imposed some years back and is now beginning to be collected, and a limit to spending abroad by tourists. Everyone predicts a short life for this tax, confident that dollars will soon take wing as freely as ever without even the smallest inconvenience. And as for the limit on spending, anyone can make any number of trips abroad, to the Mexican frontier or some equally remote spot, taking along $2,500 on each occasion for each member of his party. One need only produce some letter to show that it is a business trip, and further controls vanish. For tourist expenses, an easy pretext for the flight of dollars, Guatemala bled to the tune of $24 million in 1966, twice as much as 3 years earlier, and more than $22 million left the country in remittances of profits on investments. The exporters, for their part, can peacefully leave their dollar earnings in New York banks without Guatemalan controls or taxes. Guatemala is one of the 3 countries in America where least taxes are paid. Tax collection was only 7.3% of the domestic product. And the owners of land and businesses, who take full advantage of the numerous forms of tax relief, are untouchable. We have only to glance at the 1967 budget. Taxes do not provide enough to cover expenditures, which are much larger. But of the $119 million collected annually, only $17 million are direct taxes on income and property, and the remaining $102 million are unloaded on the consumer masses. The present government's Secretary of the Treasury sought to increase taxes and modify the scale so that those who have more would pay a little more, those who have less a little less. The income tax, which in any case most enterprises avoided paying, was to be slightly raised, The same North American capital which pays nothing in Guatemala is subject to very high taxes in its own country. The Secretary's project freed from obligations the owners of plots of land so small as only to provide hunger rations for those who work them. Also, there 99 was to be a sliding tax scale on land, with a maximum of 1% for the big latifundio. It's a communist project, the Secretary is a communist plot, no need to wait for the reaction. The daily press trembled with fury, private enterprise raised its indignant voice, and in Congress the opposition to the project was headed by a deputy of the government party itself. A military coup d'état was seen as inevitable. Finally the president decided that the Chamber of Industry should draw up the definitive tax plan. The tide of wrath waned and the flood waters subsided. The big landlords, however, are not completely satisfied, although today the largest haciendas pay taxes of 6 per thousand, 0.6%, on landed property. In the same way the reform of the Industrial Development Law was shelved and the Labor Ministry's steps to enforce the minimum wage were halted. Thus, too, the Ministry of Agriculture could act with impunity against hundreds of thousands of small wheat growers in the high plateau, honest, hard-working Indians who, however, lacked money or military, that is, political, influence. And thus the promises of agrarian reform were also wiped out. During my stop in Guatemala the courts forced the government to give back one of the few farms it had expropriated. The official plan to distribute state lands among cooperatives and peasants which did not even scratch the power of the big landlords was publicly denounced by the Vice President of the Republic himself, Don Clemente Marroquin Rojas, who wrote in his newspaper La Horn, "This agrarian reform is a communist plank. The army is making its own agrarian reform experiments in the Putin. It aims simply to transfer to these uninhabited forests all the defects of rigidly class-divided Guatemalan society. It is building the foundations there for future minifundios and latifundios. The pressure of landless peasants is felt all through the country. In the land distribution in Nueva Concepcion, the Castillo Armas dictatorship settled 2,000 families whom the 100 regime itself had evicted from other lands. There, 18,000 new families had sprung up, according to a census made on the spot, by 1958, and today there are more than 30,000. As in all of Latin America, the latifundio sends unemployed labor into the cities. Guatemala City expands like an oil slick, new suburbs mushroom, new people keep flowing in *, but job opportunities are no better, as anyone can see. Swarms of shoeshiners will fight over your Oxfords in the plazas, many hands will be thrust forward to open and shut the door of your car, and you will not walk 2 steps without being offered lottery tickets, newspapers, fruit, soft drinks, tortillas, souvenirs of Guatemala. Although it makes vague claims of continuing the revolution. A recycle of Arevalo and Arbenz, the Revolutionary Party, the party of the government, has in its ranks people of the most varied ideas and interests. Its present leaders have completely lost sight of the progenitors whom they claim and exploit politically. Through successive internal purges it has changed into another party of the system without any distinguishing feature. By 1963 it was already one of 2 organizations applauding the reactionary coup of Peralta Azurdia, sharing this honor with Castillo Armas Party. Today it is from the Revolutionary Party that the first objections arise to any proposal the president may support to tackle the causes of Guatemala's prevailing social injustice. Mendez Montenegro is alone with his impotence. He sees the best elements and ideas of his party going down to defeat with the complicity by commission or omission of those who run it. In his newspaper the vice president, who applauded the CIA invasion in 1954, daily attacks the president in blunt terms, calling more or less openly for a coup d'état. A pugnacious, turbulent, slick politician, constantly churning out thoughts and literary compositions, Marroquin Rojas lives in a perpetual state of agitation. The man whom the times demand has not arisen. We must seek him out, we must create him, he proclaims, and warns, Something is rotten in Denmark and some surprise could occur. This maneuver could end in suicide. He says they want to kill him to eliminate him from the government because he tried to push Mendez Montenegro forward, but it's hopeless, he says, and now there is nothing to be done. I have met with dark resistance proceeding from I don't know where. Homage from the Rotary Club or the Lions, photographers' flashes pop, the president smiles. Photos also show him smiling as he lays the foundation stone of some new rural school, but they also permit a glimpse of a revolver butt at his waist. A smile of triumph. Mendez Montenegro triumphs by transforming himself into his own enemy and placing himself at the service of forces he once fought. He was one of the lads who lit the first spark of the 1944 revolution, when the Guard of Honor barracks was attacked. His present fiasco, as sad as it is inevitable, has a definite value. It serves to convince many simple people of the simple truth which the guerrilla incarnates and propagates, that in Guatemala land and liberty can be won only by violence. For this reason, too, the great majority of the armed left is made up of peasants. Anatomy of submission. There was sky and there was earth, but the light of the sun and of the moon was dulled. Then one named Vukubquix became arrogant because of the wealth he possessed Popolva. On one of the first days of 1967, in an office on Pine Street, in southern Manhattan, the face of Abraham Weber turned scarlet. He was furious. I'm not going to let a little Central American country impose its will on an American company, understand, he shouted. At that moment his visitor, the Guatemalan Carlos Rafael Lopez Estrada, decided he had had enough and ceased to be the lawyer for IRCA, International Railways of Central America. IRCA had belonged to the United Fruit Company until a New York court applied the antitrust law and ordered the company to unload its shares. After some magical prestidigitation, during which United Fruit's multi-million-dollar debts to small shareholders disappeared, the railroads ended up under control of Abraham Weber and Louis Yeager, North American capitalists. The change benefited Guatemala in no way whatsoever. These foreign railroads, the only ones the country has, seem like something out of a documentary about the Mexican Revolution of 1910. Old and stertorous and by now useless, they give the worst imaginable service. They pay no tax even though carts and bicycles pay taxes in Guatemala. The railroads do not even pay for postage stamps. The state has renounced the right to check their account books. IRCA says. 103. 204. It loses money. Whatever IRCA says is accepted as revealed truth in spite of some fleeting and fruitless intervention. The wrath of Mr. Weber against Guatemala can be explained. Lawyer Lopez had proposed some cautious changes in the situation to give the government the feeling that its sovereignty is recognized, as he himself explained it to me later in his office. Phantom figures, double or triple bookkeeping, millions made and lost in the twinkling of an eye. In Latin America, nations fail to understand themselves by failing to understand the devices of the firms that dominate them. The little disguised digits keep growing. Like modern art, it is more what they suggest than what they say. Foreign companies' account books are sacred. Who can question the declared value of their holdings, the stated total of their profits? Back in 1857 the Guatemalan Foreign Ministry, approving the plan for a Latin American Congress to be held in Lima, suggested that it would be curious if the United States, from which we get the disease, should also furnish the remedy. Sadly, the phrase retains its reality. In these last years the avalanche of new North American capital into Guatemala has sharpened the country's sufferings instead of lightening them. Imperialist exploitation has been diversified. The United Fruit Company is no longer absolute lord of the land. But that does not mean that the economy has been diversified in the way its delayed development requires. Legally the situation of United Fruit has not changed. The 1924 contracts, which gave it part of Zacapa Department and all of Izabal, remain in force. Its other branch, the Compañía Agrícola de Guatemala, continues enjoying the privileges of the contract of 1936, which remains in force till the year 2000. United Fruit still owns the harbor at Puerto Barrios on the Atlantic. But there is now another port in Guatemala. The company no longer owns the railroad, and the cable agency, Tropical Radio, was acquired by the government. Guatemalan Anatomy of Submission 105. Frontmen or important ex-officials of United Fruit now work in the Pacific bordering lands which belong to the Compañía Agrícola. It is they who plant cotton and raise cattle. The firm no longer operates directly. The new owners, most of them purely nominal, have relied on financing by local banks to acquire the lands. North American banks have also extended credits to finance these operations. United Fruit has announced that it will buy the banana production of independent planters. At the same time, a government campaign insists on the need to rehabilitate the country's traditional banana production, now clearly in decline. Thus the Banana Republic image has changed. The imperialist system of exploitation that victimizes it has a new face. The agreement guaranteeing foreign investments, the industrial development laws, and the new perspectives opened by Central American economic integration have made Guatemala an even more attractive sanctuary than before for capital coming from abroad. The firms pay no taxes, dizzily multiply their earnings, are assured of free return of profits in dollars to the head offices, and make use of Guatemalan savings which the Bank of America channels for their benefit. The Investment Guarantee Agreement, born of Castillo Armas government and ratified by Edgar's Fuentes, provides that disputes between the Guatemalan state and a foreign concern, problems arising from expropriation, nationalization, the setting of exchange rates or exchange control are not within the competency of national courts. They come under an arbitration court which may or may not have Guatemalan representation and which, in any case, must be numerically dominated by non-Guatemalan arbiters. In the event that the national currency, quetzal, cannot be freely and equally converted into dollars, the United States government will pay the investor the amount of the investment at his valuation, and will automatically become Guatemala's creditor for an 106. Equivalent sum. The Guatemalan government grants the North American government all the rights of a private investor. Thus the Bank of Guatemala must pay in dollars the sum total of investments at the company's valuations, although these may be completely imaginary, whenever the companies decide to withdraw from the country. If this is not done, the amount will be added to Guatemala's foreign debt under the agreement. In cases of expropriation, the United States government will pay in dollars whatever sum the expropriated party claims as indemnity. Here too the North American government will become Guatemala's creditor. To put it briefly, government-to-government negotiation or country-to-country debt replaces the relation between a government and a private firm. The Bank of Guatemala's Economic Studies Department has rightly noted that the agreement is not only incompatible with prevailing legislation, but contradicts the present tendency of all countries to accept foreign capital on the basis that it submit to national law and never invoke a foreign government's protection. Other Latin American governments, however, have signed guarantee agreements which look like carbon copies of what the Guatemalan dictatorship signed. One recalls the ominous text of the agreement with which Castelo Branco consummated the sellout of Brazil. If the United States were to organize a contest of indignity and obsequiousness in Palm Beach, the jury's heads would ache deciding on a winner among so many serious Latin American aspirants. The guarantee agreement would be the first obstacle to any government trying to promote Guatemala's independent development. It is there to protect the dreams of the monopolies which control electricity, railroads, sea communications, great tracts of land, and basic industries, the mainsprings of trade and banking. Lauren Capital endows itself with a messianic function. Hired technicians and writers assure us that, thanks to its Anatomy of Submission 107 magical properties, poor countries are in a position to emerge from underdevelopment. Rafael Piedrasanta, Dean of Guatemala's Faculty of Economic Sciences, noted in an article on foreign investments in Guatemala that foreign investments have been coming into third world countries for a long time, and that the problems, rather than shrinking, have become enormous. that the investors live abroad and feel no identity with the countries where they put their capital. These are no more than sources of profit. In Guatemala's case, many owners of firms there do not even know the country the profits are remitted to them wherever they live, that foreign investments in Guatemala have been badly oriented toward industries that are not basic, that in Guatemala these industries pay no taxes, employ little labor, and generally work with imported raw materials, in addition to importing intermediary products needed for the manufacturing process, that Guatemala does not even get the benefit of lower prices. Gasoline refined in the country costs the same as if it were imported, that foreign investment displaces and asphyxiates national capital. I was myself able to collect enough confidential information to provide many examples. I choose one: Kern's fruit and tomato juice plant. In 1960 Kern's brought into Guatemala $800 in foreign exchange, and used machinery which, together with the patent, it valued at $200,000. 6 years later Kern's had multiplied its capitalization tenfold, with capital of $3 million and plenty of local credit. Capitalization of profits was registered as a new investment in dollars, so that whenever it likes the firm can demand of the Bank of Guatemala, in the name of those original $800 and a few old machines, the millions of dollars produced by Guatemalan workers, consumers, and savings account holders. Kern's has sold its plant to the Graceco, now also owner of the Ducal canning plant which 108 was started with national capital. The Graceco owns Guatemala's most important Pacific coast port and monopolizes maritime transport through Grace lines. Other Central American enterprises started with national capital have ended up in its hands: Pozuelos, the cookie plant in Costa Rica, and Optimo, which produces instant coffee in Nicaragua. Free competition with hens is an old dream of the fox in every hen coop on earth. In Central America, small handicraft workshops of less than 5 persons occupy 60% of the total labor force. The really national enterprises are very weak. What can Salvadoran and Guatemalan cookie makers do when a foreign firm takes over Pozuelos? Wait their turn, they will be gobbled up. Guatemala's delicious Taxisco cheese, made in the old Spanish style, cannot compete with standard North American cheese's surplus products which, like powdered milk, arrive to ruin national producers under the pretext of aid and which, incidentally, also ruin the taste of the consumers. The Alliance for Progress, that is, the United States supervises credits given by the Banco Centroamericano, although the bank's capital is partially formed by the countries of the area themselves. Industries of the economic integration are born and boosted at the whim of foreign investment, not in the national or regional interest. A good part of the American Development Bank's capital also originates from Latin America, but its credits are channeled by the United States in directions convenient for North American export needs. Factories arise in Central America which simply mix products imported from the United States. They get the Banco Centroamericano's financial support without effort. Guatemala merely adds distilled water in the manufacture of perfumes and cosmetics and very little labor. The investments that arrive to industrialize the country tie it more than ever to foreign industry. In 1966 Guatemala paid out $80 million on service of debt, mostly to finance imports, more than twice as much as the previous year. Everything comes from abroad, an economist remarked to me. Our import needs have grown enormously. We buy from the United States far more than we sell to it. We depend on the United States for buying and selling. The trade balance deficit is covered by credits which also come from the United States. He added, shaking his head, if it weren't for the credits, the government would fall. Incidentally, 75% of the trade balance deficit arises from trade between Guatemala and the United States and Canada. The credits increase the imbalance. They are the lifebelts grabbed by the government of Mendez Montenegro, the same Mendez Montenegro who said soon after taking office, "Today the public debt is enormous. It has reached the limit that the country can stand." Like all loans received by Latin American countries, the credits that Guatemala obtains from international organs like the Banco Interamericano, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, or the Export-Import Bank come with conditions. Marvels of the Alliance for Progress, the Agency for International Development extends credits imposing the obligation to buy North American materials, transported in North American ships, insured by North American firms with payments through North American banks, all at prices higher than the world market. The technicians are North American, the most expensive in the world, and also the controls. The armies are not alone in having foreign advisors. On the alliance's books, loans to finance foreign supervision appear as aid to Guatemala. Thus the country goes into debt to renounce its right to choose. For Guatemala does not choose. Like all of Latin America, it has been deprived of the right to decide from whom it buys, what it buys and at what price, what development projects it must undertake with what technicians, and what industries must be established on its soil. The alliance reveals itself to be a device to consolidate United States politico-economic dominion over Latin America. The most important loan received by Guatemala's present government is the one extended by the IBRD for the Guatemala hydroelectric project. The IBRD imposed on Guatemala a gentleman's agreement with electric bond and share, and recognition of the British debt of 1827, which was cancelled in the days of Ubico. New bonds appeared like rabbits from a hat, and the Graceco is their most important promoter. The gentleman's agreement implies payment to the North American monopoly of a fat sum in indemnity for damage they might suffer in a river basin which Castillo Armas had given them as a present, and for possible loss of profits from the development of a national source of electric power. Loss of profits? The electric power will be supplied to electric bond and share. The state commits itself to guarantee that the firm will not be hampered in its profitable business of distributing the energy, so profitable that the firm itself arbitrarily fixes the price of electricity. If the government does not pay the indemnity that bond and share imposed, and if it does not guarantee a free hand for the firm's business, it doesn't receive the aid which in any case it will have to pay for with interest. This same Guatemala hydroelectric project, now the subject of a shameful agreement which has not been made public, was to have been undertaken by the Arbenz government without begging for foreign capital or eating any corporation's humble pie. Arbenz fell in 1954. At that time Guatemala did not owe 1 centavo abroad. Today, payments for amortization and interest on debts devour a third of the country's exports. The government can well feel proud of this loan, so publicized and at the same time so secret. Prior to 1954 the government controlled the export of coffee. Today it limits itself to paying the fines when firms sell contraband coffee beyond the quota fixed by international agreement. Guatemala is a prisoner of the international network of interests that handles trade in basic products. Like all Latin American countries, it takes a severe beating when the price of its main article of export drops. In 1965 Guatemala received the same amount of dollars for its coffee exports as in 1956, although it sold 50% more. Thus in those 10 years production grew to no purpose. The figures become much more significant when one bears in mind that when prices of raw materials and foodstuffs exported by poor countries fall, they rise in the same proportion for the machinery, semi-manufactured and finished goods imported from rich countries. A slump in the price of coffee is a catastrophe for Guatemala. The country has not diversified its production, and certainly North American perfume and fruit juice factories are not going to compensate for the loss. Foreign capital is not interested in developing basic industries which could give the country independent strength. Standard Oil lets the oil lie untouched in its immense deposits by way of reserve. No one exploits the rich deposits of iron ore in the East. The chemical industry has not even been born, although its potential is enormous. Sulfur and lead depend on the will and pleasure of foreign firms, which are happy to ship them out of the country but not to put them at the service of its development. Guatemala has an enormous shortage of energy despite its fabulous water power resources. In such a weak country only the state could set all this dormant wealth in motion for the national benefit, but in Central America the state performs a purely decorative function. It is judge and policeman in suppressing popular rebelliousness by fire and sword, but in the economic field it plays a weak, diffuse, or worthless role. The United States, which grew beneath the shelter of a rigidly protectionist government policy with internal subsidies and strong tariff barriers and went through the decisive experience of the New Deal, discourages state intervention in the economy in Latin America. The know-how of its monopolies decides everything. So the North American ambassador to the OAS, Sol Leanowitz, could afford the luxury of the smug comment that the United States is rich and Latin America poor for reasons of heritage and culture. Betrayal and promise in Latin America. And the tree gave forth its sap and it flowed red into the cup Popolva. Although Mendez Montenegro's constitutional regime lends a mask to the ruling military dictatorship in Guatemala, the country sums up with tragic clarity the situation in Latin America as a whole. Events in Guatemala provide a pulse by which to feel Latin America's long-tortured history, with all the weight of its defeats and the strength of its hopes. In Guatemala things are more easily seen and felt than elsewhere. This is a regime that violently imposes the law of survival of the strongest. This is a society that condemns most people to live as if in a concentration camp. This is an occupied country where the imperium shows and uses its claws and teeth. Dreams inevitably fade into nightmares and one can no longer love without hating, fight for life without killing, say yes without also implying a cry of no. Here the enemy is not made of smoke. Imperialism here is not merely a secret hand manipulating prices on international markets, buying and selling stocks on the New York Exchange, investing capital and extending loans to give it dividends and sovereignty. Here imperialism is all of this plus napalm burning the mountains and green berets teaching murder and torture. It is a flesh and blood businessman or ambassador imposing his will on a minister or a president, a law that is mocked and a peasant who is swindled, a young student riddled with bullets in the streets. Here imperialism is also its own negation, guerrilleros reclaiming with arms in hand the right of Guatemalans to govern themselves. 115. Guerrilla violence is the reply to the system's violence. The double violence of the system, indirect violence, expressed in Latin America by the simple but terrible fact that each year as many children die of hunger or disease as the toll of 3 Hiroshima-type atomic bombs, and direct violence by the military and police. Official statistics, the grim figures cited more than once in this book themselves, tell about the indirect violence. But these figures fall short of the reality. Officially, for example, 71% of Guatemalans are illiterate, but let us see what the Inter-American Agricultural Development Committee, CIDA, the offspring of the Alliance for Progress which I cite extensively in Appendix I of this book, has to say about that. In our researches carried out in Quetzaltenango, Totonicapán, and Solola, of 161 persons studied 121 said they were illiterate, or 75%. Of the remaining 40, 11 could barely read and the others did not grasp what they read, hence they could not be called fully literate. Many of the persons studied said they had been to school, but had done no reading nor writing since and had completely forgotten what they learned. The system imposes ignorance on the workers it exploits, as a suitable complement to poverty. The hands of the majority produce the wealth of the minority. Why permit those many heads to learn to think? If the rich estate owner is to spend his summers in Miami and a North American citizen is to get his coffee for a dime, the Guatemalan plantation worker must resemble as nearly as possible a beast of burden. What would happen if he knew that he is what he is by the choice of others and not by his own cursed fate? Revolt would happen. The revolt that is already happening, because experience teaches its wisdom also to men who can neither read nor write. That revolt is answered by direct violence, uninterrupted since foreign military intervention overthrew the government that gave Guatemalans the first consciousness of their dignity. The above-mentioned Inter-Ameri. Betrayal and Promise in Latin America 11-7. CDN Committee certainly not made up of revolutionaries. Notes the example of a mini landowner dispossessed by the Castillo Armas liberation. Under Decree 900, says the CIDA, he was granted a small piece of land and credits to work it. Filled with enthusiasm, he threw in his own savings, over 90 quetzales, to cultivate the land. Some time later he was arrested for the crime of being an agrarian reformer, and the former owners of his plot destroyed his crops. He then had to take refuge in the mountains. Now, 1963, the Banco Agrario is demanding payment of the loan plus 9 years of interest, and since he cannot pay he is being prosecuted. Decree 900, promulgated by Arbenz, was the only serious attempt at agrarian reform in Guatemalan history. The military dictatorships that followed the fall of the revolution have violently consolidated the power of the latifundio, which compensates with starvation wages for the fall of world market prices resulting from imperialist exploitation. Peasants without land, cheap labor bought for a few pennies. The army, the police, and their terrorist bands torture, jail, and murder so that democracy may continue exhibiting its virtues in peace. The information in this short book suffices to confirm that North American intervention in Guatemala, since 1954, is as continuous as it is demonstrable. Today that intervention assumes determinate forms which already portend its future intensification. Nevertheless, the struggle goes on against the Guatemalan army, which substitutes for the Marines as an occupation army against its own country. Thus it is still not a case of an Algeria or a Vietnam, where the wars of liberation had or have a foreign army as the enemy, where a French policeman or a North American soldier incarnates without any disguise the foreign power against whose oppression the country fights. The fact that North American military intervention in Guatemala has not yet taken on massive proportions makes it harder. LLG. For some to understand the national and patriotic character of the guerrilla struggle, the fight is still against men who speak the same language, live on the same soil under the same sky, even if they are the armed force of a foreign power. The guerrilla, focus of tension which sharpens and brings to light the system's contradictions, is not unaware of the dialectic relation between challenges and responses. As the conflict deepens and broadens, the possibility of open imperialist intervention grows, but with such massive intervention the possibilities also grow for a popular revolution, backed by an ample majority and under the banner of national resistance against the foreign invader. Bringing the contradictions to red heat is thus the only way to make imperialism tear off its mask, once the local army doing its work in its interests is defeated. Nor is the guerrilla unaware that institutionalized oppression can become a habit. Constitutional sanctification of a military dictatorship, now a familiar phenomenon in other countries, confuses matters in the eyes of world opinion and even of some sectors of society in Guatemala itself, who see in Mendez Montenegro a civil president whom it is neither possible nor desirable to resist by the same methods used against dictator Peralta Azurdia. The guerrillas, then, cause the contradictions to explode before they are consolidated. But no one expects victory the day after tomorrow. The guerrillas are quite aware that the Cuban experience will not be repeated in the same terms in which it occurred there. Revolution is not imminent, the guerrillas are not living on the eve of the final apocalypse, but are betting on a long-term revolution, a process, not a happening, the final outcome of a series of painful, difficult, but possible conquests. The false alarm that made many think the Cuban Revolution would promptly light revolutionary fires throughout Latin America is but sound and fury for those who keep their arms at the ready in this stage of the continental historical process. The revolution proceeds on its thorny upward march in spite of the dreamers who confused it with a fast weekend outing. On this road, paved with more disappointments than rewards, there is no turning back. Bridges are burned once and for all, in full knowledge that hope will always be less possible than despair. The Guatemalan guerrilla movement, seasoned by several years of struggle and with many advances and retreats in its book of experience, is made up of men purified and defined by violence. The people must wage revolutionary war since their enemies will not renounce violence, said the rebel armed forces, replying to an amnesty offer made by this government, a government born of a pact with the former dictatorship. The guerrilleros rejected the amnesty. Fighting for the revolution is not a crime but a duty, said Cesar Montes to me, although they agreed to suspend military operations on condition there would be no repressive moves against the people. Very soon afterward the army let loose its biggest offensive. The choice is made in advance. The revolutionary merely assumes the alternatives posed by the system, between one violence and the other, resignation to the other side's violence or legitimate use of his own violence. A guerrilla movement does not conspire from basements, nor can it permit itself the luxury, like some traditional left parties, of acting as if it were a Salvation Army which, in addition to passing the collection plate, issues communiques. For a guerrilla force, survival is the best and most conclusive evidence of popularity. In Cuba, when counter-revolutionary guerrillas appeared in the Escambray, Fidel Castro's govern. 120 men organized and armed 50,000 peasants who undertook to clean out the mountains in a few months. Why doesn't the Guatemalan government use this method? Why don't Leone in Venezuela, Lares Restrepo in Colombia use it? Do the guerrillas keep going because Cuba supplies them with arms, men, and money? The counter-revolutionary guerrillas in the Escambray were supplied and sustained by the biggest power on earth. It was the people that sealed their fate. Deeply rooted in the peasantry, proudly linked to the best in their country's history, Guatemala's guerrillas are the product of betrayals and promises, crimes and hopes, which were not of their creation but which have summoned them to the quest of the keys to the stormy future. Appendices. Appendix I. The murderer extols his victim's virtues. The following, without the change of a comma and omitting only the statistical tables, is part of a commentary on reforms in the 1944 to 1954 period. It is taken from a book entitled Land Tenure and Socio-Economic Development of the Agricultural Sector in Guatemala, produced by the Inter-American Agricultural Development Committee, CIDA. CIDA forms part of the OAS, Organization of American States, and was created on the same day that the Punta del Este Charter was approved, when the Alliance for Progress saw the light. This work, of irreproachable origin from the standpoint of the most democratic Democrats, was published in 1965 by the Pan American Union, General Secretariat of the OAS, Washington, D.C. In 1954 this same OAS gave its blessing to the annihilation of the experience which today, by way of delayed post-mortem, its technicians eulogize with predictable but meaningless qualifications. This period was characterized by the execution of many measures to renew the country's socio-economic structure, agrarian reform being among the principal ones. The bases of the agrarian reform were set forth in the 1945 Constitution, which specifically proscribed the latifundio, permitted expropriation of private property for the public benefit, after payment of 123. 124. Indemnities, and stipulated that it was a primary function of the state to promote industrial and agricultural development. A decree of Ubico, obliging all men to work 2 weeks a year on the roads, was suppressed. Also officially abolished was a practice existing in one or another form since the colonial era, that is, the obligation of forced labor on coffee plantations for Indians cultivating less than 2 hectares. In 1945 the Ley de Titulación Supletoria was enacted, dealing with the protection of ownership of land by those who had cultivated it continuously for not less than 10 years without legal title. In the same year, now under the presidency of Don Juan José Arevalo, the first national agricultural colony was organized in Poptun, El Putin Department. Subsequently the government sought to help tenants and farm employees by protecting them in their relations with the big landlords. Thus in 1947 the Labor Code was promulgated, specifying and regulating the rights of workers laid down in the Constitution, that is, trade union organization and the legal right to strike. The formation of unions on big plantations was encouraged, permitting the workers to demand better living conditions. However, the code barred peasant unionization on estates with less than 300 workers, which constituted a break on better relations between employers and employees in parts of the country. On the other hand, it was decreed in 1949 that all estate owners and all state farms must continue renting lands for 2 more years to those who had held them as tenants during the past 4 years. Legislation was also passed compelling landlords to rent out idle lands, stipulating as a condition of the lease that no more than 5% of the value of the product obtained could be charged. This was called the Law of Compulsory Rental, under which idle lands must be used, and at the same time tenants were protected against landlords' abuses. The Law of Compulsory Rental did not, however, give all the hoped-for results, since it was mainly applied to properties. The murderer extols his victims' virtues 125. That were already rented rather than to those containing unused land. Furthermore, the big estates were not generally rented, which is not surprising since renting of land was prevalent among middle farmers, especially in the eastern part of the country. For that reason the law mainly affected this group of farmers, tending to destroy a series of established customs which regulated tenant-landlord relations with respect to tenancy and exploitation of the soil. But wherever this law was applied it directly affected both employers and workers, causing enormous resentment among the former. Outside of this, there is no other important legislation for Guatemalan agriculture in the period 1944 to 1952, although the traditional distribution of lands to communities and individuals continued at a slow rhythm. In 1951 Colonel Jacobo Arbenz, who had promised to push agrarian reform, assumed the presidency of the Republic. The Agrarian Reform Law, also known as Decree 900, was approved by Congress on June 17, 1952. Its basic proposals, almost all expressed in the law's first 3 articles, were: eliminate feudal-type property in the countryside, abolish backward forms of production relations, especially forced labor and relics of slavery such as the encomiendas of Indians, give lands to agricultural workers who have none or very little, provide means of production and the technical aid necessary to improve methods of exploitation, expand agricultural credit to be available for all farmers, etc. In this way old forms of production would be replaced by others which would prepare the way for industrialization of Guatemala. The law included a series of arrangements to achieve the above objectives. Many of these were certainly appropriate to the conditions of the country, although others gave the impression of aiming to concentrate control of the land in the government's hands. The law provided for expropriation of idle lands, of those not under cultivation either directly or on the owner's behalf, of those rented out in any form, of municipal lands under colonial assignment of Indians to a Lord Translator. 126. Certain conditions, and of lands necessary to form urban populations. However, existing ownership of estates up to TWO cabalinas, 90 hectares, was respected, whether cultivated or not, and even of larger estates if they were rationally used. The same would apply to lands of the Indian communities and privately owned and rented lands used for commercial crops such as coffee, cotton, bananas, sugar cane, beans, cereals etc., and also to forest reserves. Lands would be granted to peasants, tenant farmers, and farm workers on a lifetime usufruct, lease, or property basis according to the case. To determine how much land would be granted, various factors would be taken into account, but in general small family or multifamily plots were given, with the exception of put and cattle lands which would be larger. Lands to be distributed among the beneficiaries were, a. lands expropriated from individuals, b. national lands and, c. national farms in production, expropriated from Germans during World War II. There were varying opinions in Guatemala about the method of dividing up government plantations raising commercial crops, as for example coffee, since these farms could be more productive when worked as a single unit, and above all because the peasants would not know how to operate alone, production might decline and there was the risk that they might use them for subsistence crops. Nevertheless, national farms were the first lands distributed, in lots of 5 to 25 manzanas, 3.5 to 17.5 hectares, according to their state of exploitation and their quality, but titles remained in the state's hands and the beneficiaries received only lifetime usufruct, for which they paid 3% annually of the value of what they produced. All beneficiaries of agrarian reform would have to pay for lands received, Payments would be made annually and would consist of a small percentage of the land's annual production, during a determined number of years and according to the type of beneficiary. Beneficiaries of lands which had been expropriated in favor of the state would receive them in life. The murderer extols his victim's virtues. 127. Time usufruct and pay the government 3% annually on the value of the crop. On the other hand, workers for whose own benefit lands were expropriated would receive them in permanent ownership, paying 5% of the crop value annually for them. The payments collected would go to the National Agrarian Department. The law also stipulated that deeded lands could not be transferred nor mortgaged for 25 years, and, with respect to beneficiaries on a usufruct basis, they would lose their rights to the land if they stopped cultivating it for 2 years. In both cases, renting of the land to third parties would be allowed. In addition to beneficiaries covered by the law in general, and as long as lands were still available, any person, farmer or not, who had capital to exploit them would have the right to rent nationalized lands. The limitations, in this case, were that not more than 400 manzanas, 280 hectares, per person could be leased, and that the periods of lease would be not less than 5 nor more than 25 years, renewable at the end of any period. The maximum basis of tenancy was fixed at 5% of annual production, and subleasing was prohibited. Expropriated lands would be paid for with agrarian bonds, guaranteed by the government, at 3% annual interest and with amortization over periods varying up to 25 years. For this a 10 million quetzal bond issue was floated. With regard to the valuation of expropriated lands, this would be the same value that had been declared for land tax purposes, as recorded in the property registers in May 1952. To give technical assistance to beneficiaries, and for the supply of cattle, seeds, implements etc. by the government, part of the annual collections from persons favored by the reform under various headings would be used. A fundamental aspect of the program would have to be financing the new farmers, for which the law proposed to establish a bank. The National Agrarian Bank, as it was called, was founded in July 1953, and began functioning the same year. It was a state in type of autonomous character, whose 128 primary and specific object was to extend credits to small peasants and thus complement the agrarian reform. It was set up with a capital of 10,520,000 quetzales. Possible deficits during the first 5 years would be covered by the state. The bank's forms of operation were subject to standards that would lend flexibility to its operations, always based on experience. Finally, it was decided to create an organization to apply and administer everything connected with the reform. This was the National Agrarian Department, coming directly under the President of the Republic, who in turn assumed immediate responsibility for the whole agrarian reform program. It was clearly stipulated that the President's decisions would be final, thus cancelling the right of amparo * in cases of disputes on application of the law. Apart from the above mentioned, the National Agrarian Council, departmental agrarian commissions and local committees on the municipal level were charged with executing the law. Application of the law began immediately and at an accelerating rhythm. Any person who believed himself eligible to receive land could specify lands which he considered subject to expropriation, and the same could be done by National Agrarian Department officials. Claims were made before the local committees, which within 3 days must inspect the lands and prepare a report. If expropriation was indicated, this was recommended to the Departmental Commission. The Commission in turn transmitted it to the National Agrarian Council, which made the final decision. When the law had been in force and applied for 2 years, the state had available for those needing land 603,615 hectares expropriated from individuals and some 280,000 hectares of national farm lands, a total of 883,615 hectares, 1,263,860 manzanas. Distributed on an average of 7 hectares, 10 manzanas, per worker, up to 126,000 peasants could have been benefited. In a period of 18 months, From January 1953 to June 1954, 1,002 farms totaling 1,091,073 hectares were declared to be affected by the Agrarian Reform Law. Of these, 55% were expropriated and 8,345,545 quetzales were paid for them in indemnities. In 1 month alone, February 1954, more than 100,000 hectares were expropriated. To pay for the expropriations, the Banco de Guatemala up to June 1954 issued 7,870,775.00 quetzales in agricultural bonds on the authorized total of 10 million quetzales. This shows that the issue of bonds for indemnities closely followed the rhythm of expropriations. The number of peasants actually benefiting by the reform is estimated at about 100,000. After the change of government, there was apparently a process of destroying records of the application of Decree 900. Of this number, some 30,000 were workers on national farms, among whom 101 farms, including their extensions, were distributed. 70 farms were distributed in the form of small parcels, 29 were given in the form of cooperatives, and 2 in mixed form as parcels and cooperatives. Other information sources mention different figures. For example, the Office of Agrarian Affairs, in 1958, gave the figure of 88,000 beneficiaries, of whom 23,000 were national farm workers. In fact, exact statistics are impossible, due to the speed with which land distribution was undertaken and the state of general confusion into which the country fell toward the end of the Arbenz government, thus the figures given should be taken with reserve. In the field of agricultural credit, the achievements were no less notable than in the distribution of land. Before the National Agrarian Bank began its operations, credit assistance to beneficiaries of the reform began through the Banco de Crédito Hipotecario Nacional. From March 1953 to June 1954, this bank had carried on business with 160 farm units, extending 17,843 loans to cooperatives and recipients of individual plots, for a total of 3,371,185.10 quetzales, of which 3,049. 30. 091.97 quetzales. 90% of the value of the loans had been recovered by July 1954. The National Agrarian Bank began its operations in October 1953. In less than 2 months it had branches in Mazatenango, Coban, Chiquimula, and Quetzaltenango in addition to its central offices. In the course of November and December 1953, the National Agrarian Bank extended 986 loans for a total of 122,012 quetzales, and during the first 6 months of 1954, the season when preparations for sowing are made in Guatemala, it granted 35,000 loans for a total of 8,388,234.40 quetzales. Of that amount, 87.4% went to agrarian reform beneficiaries, and the remainder to small producers who had never before enjoyed credit services. Thus, from March 1953 to June 1954, the State Bank extended credits to agrarian reform beneficiaries, and to some small producers already existing before the reform, for a total of 11,881,431.50 quetzales to finance production. At the outset, the agrarian reform produced less commotion than had been expected. This was due partly to the landlords' incapacity to combat it and defend their interests, and partly to their acceptance of the reform as not too onerous. In fact, with respect to private property, the agrarian reform law aimed rather at eliminating the big feudal-type farms, where vast areas of land lay idle, but respected properties of any size which were well worked. However, as will be seen below, various clauses of the law formulated exceptions to this general aim, and this was what inspired landlords' protests. Yet in practice the execution of the reform was politicalized, eventually setting off a violent reaction. In the first place, it was possible to expropriate lands which had already been given to tenant farmers as gifts. This roused big protests from farm owners, since such lands were generally not a single unit, but scattered throughout the cultivated area. Giving them to other owners meant breaking up the farms and interspersing them with many small holdings, which would have created tremendous problems for the owner of the. The murderer extols his victim's virtues. 131. Farm. Furthermore, this clause tended to punish more severely those landowners who had given greater or lesser amounts of land to their tenants. In the second place, the law stipulated that any population center within a farm, consisting of more than 15 families, would be expropriated and declared an urban center. This provoked many objections by landlords, since again it broke the unity of the farms, which often contained groups of houses in the middle of them. Another important objection to the agrarian reform law was that it was unconstitutional, since leaving final decisions in the president's hands, without the right of amparo, contravened the separation of executive and judicial powers established in the Constitution. The seriousness of this contravention was confirmed when 4 Supreme Court judges were dismissed and replaced by others, for having ruled the suspension of the law's application until it was more carefully studied. Along with this provision there was another which ruled the total expropriation, without indemnity, of lands belonging to those who opposed the reform law by violent or subversive means. This made it seem to landlords that they were being left no possibility of protesting, in the event that they were in disagreement over treatment received. Obviously, another ground for protest bv the landlords was the price stipulated by the law for expropriate lands, that is, the declared value for internal tax purposes, which in Guatemala was extremely low. In fact, land taxes were paid on valuations which had not been adjusted since 1931, and which at that time were already low. Landlords also objected to the composition of the local committees, which, as we have seen, were the ones recommending expropriations. These committees had 5 members, 2 named by the government and 3 by the local peasant union, that implied favoritism toward candidates for lands and, since there was no recourse to amparo, the landlords. 132. Maintained it would not be possible for them to obtain impartial treatment. Finally, since in practice under the agrarian reform program most of the land was given to peasants on a lifetime usufruct basis, instead of deeding it to them, the whole program was highly criticized as a government device to dominate the peasantry rather than to help them. To some circles in the country the political implications of this maneuver seemed extremely grave for the established order. To the above factors was added the active political agitation and the fact that lands were distributed for proselytizing purposes, instead of on the fairest socio-economic grounds. In consequence, violent disputes began between tenant farmers and seasonal workers, between members of cooperatives and small proprietors, and between peasants of one area and others newly arrived there. All this culminated in illegal occupation of lands not subject to the law, without the authorities being able or willing to oppose it. Furthermore, at the government level there was a strong infiltration of extremist elements who, by hurrying the reform too fast for political ends, jeopardized its success. In July 1954 the government of Colonel Arbenz was overthrown by an armed movement led by Colonel Castillo Armas, who assumed power. Immediately the Constitution of the Republic and the Agrarian Reform Law were suspended, thus ending the above described period of reforms, 1944-1954. All the gains achieved under the Arbenz agrarian reform program were virtually nullified. Appendix 2, A. The rebel armed forces, FAR. Break with the communists, PGT. Statement made by Cesar Montes, Commander-in-Chief of the FAR**. At an especially critical moment for the Guatemalan Revolution, at a time when the civil war is most intense and when the internal crisis in the revolutionary movement has reached its climax, our comrades, Major Camilo Sanchez, Captain Pablo Monsanto, Captain Socorro Sickle, Lt. Androcles Hernandez and Lt. Ramiro Diaz, guerrilla leaders of the Edgar Ibarra Front and of the resistance of the Central Zone, have, in the name of the rebel armed forces, FAR, taken on the historic responsibility of publicly breaking all organic and ideological connections with the Guatemalan Labor Party, PGT, and have established the FAR Command as an independent, centralized organism. This necessary and profoundly revolutionary measure will be decisive in determining the prospects and future development of the revolutionary war the people of Guatemala are waging against their oppressors. This measure is in line with the best tradition of the Edgar Ibarra Guerrilla Front, FGEI, and of the whole Guatemalan guerrilla movement. Since it was impossible for me to be on the scene of these events, I was not able to enter into the final decision on this measure taken by my comrades, a measure I approve in every aspect, in all its implications. Moreover, I consider it imperative for carrying out readjustments which cannot be postponed if we are to go beyond, once and for all, a bogged-down phase of incipient guerrilla development. We unpardonably allowed our revolutionary war of liberation to be sidetracked into this phase by the incorrect, opportunist line of general orientation laid down by a small group of old PGT leaders who, until a few months ago, managed to influence the revolutionary ranks with their policy and also by errors we ourselves committed. By itself, this obstacle would not be enough to justify the need for the personal statement I am making today, especially since it involves my approval, as I have stated, of my comrades' actions in every respect, and regardless of the consequences. However, it is imperative to confront and cut down with a single blow a whole campaign of speculations and slander which has been unleashed for the purpose of sowing discord and uncertainty. This slander has been directed against me personally and my present position in the revolutionary movement by certain press organs at the service of imperialism, by the chief spokesmen of our enemies, by their self-appointed agents and by veiled enemy elements. This campaign has already sown doubt in the minds of some friends and comrades who have unwittingly been the first victims of this confusion and slander. Now is the time when things should be made crystal clear. At press conferences and in a number of communiques, henchmen Arana Osorio and Sosa Avila have announced my death or disappearance. The foreign news agencies working in Guatemala have spread such news abroad. Nicaraguan newspapers announced my death last December. Meanwhile, in Costa Rica the press and UPI have publicly announced my arrest and my expulsion from that country. In other countries of the continent there has been public speculation concerning my alleged secret presence in those countries. And recently AP, picking NP its news from information given out by one of several anti-communist gangs operating in our country, has rebel armed forces break with communists 135. Circulated throughout the world the news that I had been removed from my post as head of the FAR. One need not be very discerning to perceive that the objective of such a campaign is to create mistrust, uncertainty, the sensation that the revolutionary guerrilla movement in our country is without leadership or undermined and divided by internal rivalries in any case, incapable of recovering and going on to victory in the next confrontations, inexorably doomed to a future of paralysis and destruction. This is one of the tricks of Yankee psychological warfare, the political complement of the anti-guerrilla strategy they are attempting to put into effect, alternating certain bits of truth with the most absurd inventions so as to create a climate of general uncertainty, discouragement, and incredulity, knowing that there are still many gullible enough to give some credence to such news reports, however unbelievable and sensational they may be. The Impartial, one of the mouthpieces in this campaign, has even reached the point of insinuating that there was fratricidal war among the revolutionaries. It would seem the revolutionaries are throwing things at each other's heads, that paper stated a few weeks ago. And now that there is an element of truth in this our break with the PGT, we must make everything about this event crystal clear, in order to repel, to stop cold, all speculation, all unfounded rumors, all ingenuous or irresponsible conjectures which this might give rise to, because all this will be adding grist to the same mill, that of the enemy. The definite break that has now occurred between the FAR and what remains of the former PGT apparatus is by no means an unexpected or accidental event. It will take very few by surprise, but no one should stand aside and fail to take a stand on this matter for lack of information. And no one should choose sides mistakenly because of confusion. This break is not a clash between brothers, nor is it a fight for positions. It is the culmination of a weeding out process that is perfectly natural in the historical development of a revolu. 136. On the advance. The need for this break was foreseen by the FGEI in its charter in October 1964 and has almost become fact several times since then. It was a process of divergences at first, and later of dispute, between two ideas, two attitudes toward the war, toward the revolution, toward the people, both determined by deep class roots and a historic moment. On one side there is the revolutionary idea, which sees war as the people's instrument and method for taking power into their own hands so as to liberate themselves and make their revolution, the socialist revolution. Therefore it is not subject to the fear that this may be a total war, long, bloody and generalized. This is a radical vision, revolutionary, audacious, young, dynamic. On the other side is the pseudo-revolutionary idea, which does not believe in the people's ability to take power into their own hands, which has confidence in the ability of the bourgeoisie to direct a democratic regime of state capitalism progressing peacefully, evolving tranquilly towards socialism. It is, therefore, a concept that opposes war, is wary of the possibility of winning such a war, prefers a road of successive displacements of the bourgeois factions in power until the arrival at some combination which gives the left influence, participation in the government. Under the pressure of events and popular feeling, this concept can go so far as to accept a limited, small-scale war, static and indefinite which, in addition, it would try to use as a political argument to make the bourgeoisie recognize its right of participation in government. This is a submissive, opportunist, faint-hearted, outmoded, passive vision. The revolutionary attitude is to anticipate events so as to act in advance and give them the form the revolution demands. The pseudo-revolutionary attitude is to close one's eyes to events and keep these events from the people's eyes in the hope that, in this way, new clashes can be avoided. This divergence and conflict has followed an intricate course in our country and caused much suffering and many setbacks. Rebel armed forces break with communists 137. Lives have been lost which could have been saved, battles lost which could have been won, opportunities wasted which could have been taken advantage of for the revolution and for the people. Reason enough to put an end to this irrational, tortuous, and sterile internal conflict, whose increasing bitterness is sufficient proof of the impossibility of unity or agreements between such discordant principles. If there is something which we can and should reproach ourselves for now in relation to this break which has taken place, it is precisely for not having made it before, since it was foreseen long ago that this was the way to resolve these irreconcilable internal differences in the revolutionary movement, to free the guerrilla movement from the ties that bound it. We must recognize in a spirit of self-criticism that, consciously or unconsciously, we contributed, on some occasions, to preventing this separation from taking place when it was already a need and a possibility. It has been carried out now that nothing could have prevented or avoided it save the capitulation of the revolutionaries themselves, and that is completely unthinkable. On the other hand, this break fully corresponds to a historic law which, far from being alien to the revolutionary experience of the world, has been applied, at opportune moments, by all true revolutionaries, beginning with Marx and Lenin, who did not hesitate to break with the opportunists, because, with the advance of the revolution to more bitterly contested stages, it becomes necessary to free it of the individuals, groups, or currents that, incapable of facing the ever bloodier struggle, try to halt the development of the revolution and to avoid sacrifices and responsibilities. In a war process, this dead weight takes a toll of innumerable lives, inflicts suffering, delays victory and causes setbacks. We're not saying this just to hear ourselves talk. We can prove what we say simply by casting a glance at the recent, short history of our Revolutionary War. It is known that not one single military operation in our armed struggle to date has been inspired, guided, or led directly or indirectly by the leading clique of the PGT 138, which calls itself a party. Its members never bothered to study the problems of war or its laws. They never made any attempt to analyze the experiences gained through the people's combats. On no occasion did they even set about formulating a strategic plan for the war. How did they presume to lead a revolution whose course, as they themselves have admitted verbally, is that of war? but there's a lot more. Some of them have said that, if they don't constitute the practical vanguard, they are the vanguard ideologically and politically. Let us review the happenings that, in one way or another, constitute the chain of political events that have marked the course and determined the trend of our Revolutionary War. February 6, 1962, marks the conscious beginning of the guerrilla war in our country, in the sense that it constitutes an armed struggle taking place in the countryside, counting on the political and social support of the peasants, and initiated by an irregular, rudimentary military force of limited numbers. This action, commanded by the then Lieutenants Marco Antonio Jan Sosa, Luis Tercios Lima and Luis Trejo Esquivel, also established the public personality of the 13th of November movement. Its impact on the nation made conditions ripe for the popular rebellion of March-April of that year, a profound popular shock which determined definitively the course of the Guatemalan Revolution. As we know, this rebellion, kept afloat for 2 months by the urban masses, without a defined leadership, without clear orientation and without adequate organization, was finally overcome by the Edegaraz regime. In December 1962, following the initiative of the 13th of November movement, the first FAR was established, conceived as the political military alliance of the M13, the PGT and the 12th of April movement, the university contingent remaining from the March-April mobilizations. On October 16, 1964, in the face of the split which separated the M13 whose leadership had been seized, for the time, rebel armed forces break with Communists 139. Being, by foreign Trotskyite elements and the PGT, the Edgar Ibarra Guerrilla Front, in a letter addressed to both organizations, defined itself as a revolutionary force with its own features and with an approach that was different both militarily and politically from those of the PGT and 13th of November, from whose ranks we had emerged. In March, 1965, after having withdrawn from the M13, Major Luis Tercios Lima, representing the Edgar Ibarra Guerrilla Front, called a conference of the leaders of the PGT and JPT** as well as of the chiefs of the different zones of resistance, which were functioning in a more or less dislocated manner as a result of the split that had occurred in the first FAR. The Provisional Center of Revolutionary Leadership, CPDR, of the FAR emerged from this meeting, an organizational attempt which later lost its vitality and which failed to unify the revolutionary movement and to give the guerrilla movement a centralized leadership and headquarters. In none of these events that have shaped a course and determined objective phases and advances in the still brief history of our revolutionary guerrilla war, a chain of positive features typifying our revolution, has the initiative, foresight, inspiration, or organizational contribution of the PGT leadership been present, except for the founding of the FAR and the CPDR, in which it had to participate due to the initiative of other forces, and, in any event, its contribution was to hold back and deflect the momentum and original objective, and not to stimulate and develop it. In other happenings, its absence was complete. How is it possible that the leadership of a party that defines itself as the revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat and the people in ideology and practice could be absent from the most critical revolutionary events, in which the protagonists were the popular, revolutionary, and progressive forces and masses? It has given and will certainly continue to give excuses and justifications, but there is only one real reason. The leadership of the PGT is not guided by revolutionary concepts, and it never had a revolutionary attitude in practice. It did not give guidance, nor did it act, at the most critical, explosive, and militant points of popular discontent. However, the leadership of the PGT was present in and was the source of inspiration, directly or indirectly, and the instrument for promoting or organizing the following measures that affected the war and the revolution in a negative way: the formation of an electoral bloc with the Party of Revolutionary Unity, per a measure that dissipated much popular energy and hopes of a revolutionary character at a point when the armed struggle was getting underway and that, in the last analysis, became a focal point of compromises and electoral dickering with sectors of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. The sad defeat at Concua, tragic culmination of the armed operation that, termed a guerrilla action, was in reality a test of armed pressure intended to guarantee the participation of military elements from the liberal petty bourgeoisie in a supposed military junta. According to calculations badly made, this junta would replace the Ediguerra's government on its imminent collapse, to be brought about by the March-April rebellion, the outcome of which is well known. Electoral support of the candidacy of Jorge Torriello, a rather unpopular homegrown bourgeois liberal politician, for mayor of Guatemala City at the end of 1962, this was not only a distraction of the revolutionary effort still hot from the March-April rebellion, but led Torriello and the forces that supported him to a sad and predictable political defeat. Within the center of revolutionary leadership, whose fundamental practical purpose was to constitute a national and centralized command for the war, the political leaders of the PGT took the initiative to form concentric regional organizations of the PGT and the FAR. The practical and certainly deliberate consequence of this measure was the dispersion of forces, weapons, and efforts of all kinds. The object: rebel armed forces break with Communists 141. Tip: purpose of creating several guerrilla fronts, autonomous in practice, given the absence of a centralized command and of a joint strategy, resulted, as we know, in the ideological confrontation of these incipient focal groups with the FGEI, giving official recognition to a dispersion that has to this day had painful consequences. The PGT National Conference's rejuvenation of its Central Committee with a certain number of outstanding young cadres from the guerrilla struggle or tasks related to it, with the announced intention of incorporating the entire PGT in the war, turned out simply to be a maneuver to neutralize the most radical proposals and swamp the military leaders in an involved disciplinary setup. It was not by chance that, following this conference, some international publications of European communist parties began speaking of the FAR as the armed forces of the PGT. FAR support for the candidacy of the present imperialist puppet in our country, Mendez Montenegro. This was decided on by the CPDR at the initiative of the PGT, in the absence of major tercios, and with my vote as representative of the FGEI cast against it. Incidentally, the result of that vote shows how the CPDR, an instrument for constructing a centralized command of the Revolutionary War, had been converted into a tool for conciliation with the bourgeoisie, in the hands of the politicians of the PGT leadership clique. It is not amiss here to recall what Major Tercios stated from abroad concerning those elections: "We do not propose to keep the elections from taking place, because we still are not strong enough for that, and because there are still quite a few ordinary people who, misled, still place some faith in the electoral game. Therefore, the elections will take place. But let it be known that, when our forces have grown sufficiently and our people have become more aware of the spurious nature of elections when a reactionary government holds power, we will use force to prevent the continuation of this vile deception of the people." And he continued, "If we revolutionaries participate in 142. those elections, or urge the people to participate in them, voting for the PR or any other opposition party, we are giving our support, our backing in principle, our revolutionary approval and the support of the masses who believe in us, to people who we know are devoid of scruples, who we know are accomplices of reaction and imperialism." And in the end, although there are no documents to attest to it, this same leadership clique of the PGT has also been the instigator of an intermediary for the establishment of trade relations between the Mendez Montenegro government and the socialist countries, a measure which has already been approved by the cabinet. According to a public announcement made by Foreign Minister Arenals Catalan, this is not a measure recently conceived. It is the result of careful planning and a negotiation that began to gestate with the flamboyant inauguration of constitutionality with the PR in power, and that has occupied the attention and study of the leading organ of the PGT. What an astonishing duality, impossible to justify either politically or morally, when a party can conduct such negotiations at a time that its militants, and members of its own Central Committee, are being assassinated and hunted down by the repressive forces of the government, the same government whose authorization is sought so as to sanctify trade relations between the coffee-growing bourgeoisie and some socialist countries. None of these measures, initiated, inspired or organized by or at the behest of the leadership group of the PGT, has been a positive or worthwhile contribution to the revolution, nor have any of them brought about any progress in our war. On the contrary, they have been the desperate expression of a congenital fear of war, of revolutionary progress. They have acted as a brake, an attempt to lead the struggle into conciliation, into retreat, or at best, into a chronic guerrilla war incapable of determining anything politically, in other words, into class capitulation. And we ask ourselves, what has this vanguard role they? Rebel armed forces break with communists 143. Proclaim consisted of. Concretely, what has been the upshot of the influence unfortunately exercised by the traditional PGT leadership group in the revolutionary war that our people are waging so relentlessly against their oppressors, their class enemies, their executioners? And our answer is, it has been of no assistance. It has been too much of an obstruction. Now it will not continue holding us back from within, and we will not allow it to do so from without. In conclusion, the differences and conflicts that have led the true and active revolutionaries, to break with the vestiges of the bureaucratic leadership apparatus of the PGT, involve not just a conflict between two different lines, but a struggle between two mutually exclusive tendencies in the revolutionary process, the struggle between healthy and malignant forces. From now on, the responsibility for setbacks and victories will fall exclusively on the combatants themselves. The potential for leading, succeeding, failing, will rest directly in the hands of the guerrilla leaders. The political line, strategy, and tactics are our responsibility and our task. It is up to us, we cannot escape this responsibility. We are not starting from zero, we have a lot of experience that should help us move forward wisely. We have the tremendous combative spirit of our people. We are imbued with a just and sacred hatred of the enemy that permits us neither truce nor indecision. And we have outlined, more clearly than ever, the general lines of the strategy corresponding to warfare in our country, in our continent. If we do not triumph, we will not try to justify ourselves, we will die fighting, but we will certainly have contributed to blazing the way for those who will follow. We accept these responsibilities fully, as we accept the responsibility for having tolerated for so long the situation from which we have just emerged. Perhaps there only remains for me to make public my resignation from membership in the PGT and from all the positions in its hierarchy to which I was named. This statement will acquaint the Guatemalan people. 144. With this fact, and also comrades and friends in other countries. But I will never resign my position as a communist, which is earned not through a membership card but through struggle, through combat, through acting ideologically in harmony with the proletariat, that is, serving its interests in every way. Now, when imperialism is bleeding itself to death in furious desperation under the telling blows that are being meted out by the glorious People's Liberation Armed Forces and heroic people of Vietnam, now, when the valiant peoples of Korea and Cuba triumphantly defy the provocations of imperialism, reiterating their readiness to confront and crush it, now, when the puppets and advisors of imperialism are biting the dust in every country where the people have risen up, shouldering arms, now, when throughout the world, even within their own country, there is a strong popular movement of protest against the Yankees, now, when unfortunately there are so many watchful, timid, and opportunistic elements that frantically search for ways to placate the rage, threats and blackmail of imperialism, now is the moment for definitions and decisions. Let no one abstain from taking up his position at this time. Let no one abstain from taking his place in the war, wherever his homeland and history call him. We are followers of Major Escobedo Che Guevara, and we shall be faithful to his example, his motto, and his memory. Following the combative example of Major Tercios Lima, ever onward to victory. To win or die for Guatemala and socialism. Cesar Montes. January 21, 1968. Commander-in-Chief of the FAR. Appendix 2, B. The Guerrilleros Unite. Declaration of Unification of the Rebel Armed Forces and the 13th of November. Revolutionary Movement, MR 13, *. The process of the struggle of the Guatemalan people and Particularly the development of the Revolutionary War has placed in relief a great number of new problems that the vicissitudes of combat and experiences of all kinds pose more and more as urgently requiring a correct solution. Practical problems and tactical questions, indissolubly linked to revolutionary theory and strategy, in a word, to ideology, have had to be examined again and again in order to clarify the nature and character of the discrepancies that have sometimes separated the most consistent and honest revolutionaries. It is a well-known fact that during these past years there has been a serious leadership crisis in the ranks of the armed combatants of the Guatemalan people. This crisis came essentially from the attempt to apply to present conditions methods of political work that a long tradition of activity within the organizations and framework of the Communist Party had converted into mechanical and dogmatic approaches, slow and parliamentary. In addition, due to their formation and subjective conditions, influential sectors of the PGT never conceived of the people taking power, but stayed with the pure and simple conception of a proletariat converted, at best, into a force of pressure. Asterisk translated from the text published in February 1968, in the first issue of Guerrillero, new organ of the rebel armed forces. 145. 146. But also contributing to the leadership crisis was the experience the forward-moving Guatemalan revolution had with one of the four expressions of contemporary Trotskyism, as much because of the mistaken conceptions of the latter, as because its presence served as a good pretext to those interested in dividing the revolutionaries and in obstructing the progress of the struggle. Despite the grave difficulty this crisis represented in the effort to confront the national and class enemy, the rebel armed forces and the 13th of November movement demonstrated their will to keep up the struggle and its political vitality, resisting the adversary, striking counter-blows and insisting whenever the occasion arose on the search for a new level of unity for the armed combatants. It is inconceivable that there should continue to exist two parallel movements which affirm that armed struggle is the only road history shows our people for achieving liberty, progress, and justice, which do not vacillate in proclaiming as their aim the taking of power in order to establish a revolutionary government to serve as an instrument for doing away with the cruel exploitation imperialism imposes on Guatemalan workers, peasants, the poor middle class and the country in general, which, with genuine proletarian realism, consider that solidarity among peoples who fight for progress and against all subjection, ceases to be literary only when one struggles nationally. That is, in this hour of the world, real solidarity among combatants is achieved attacking and destroying imperialism and its oligarchical allies within national limits. Only with unity is it possible to concentrate the resources of war and lead the people to victory. Sporadic, isolated actions and even the most harmonious cooperation are limited in comparison with organic unity, with total integration in a single structure. Besides, the form of struggle that has been imposed on us demands of us an iron discipline and a vertical hierarchy. And this can only be achieved with the organic unity of all armed combatants. The guerrilleros unite. 147. In the long and difficult road that the leaders of the rebel armed forces and the 13th of November revolutionary movement have traveled to achieve unity, there stand out, the famous judgment against the Trotskyites in the Alejandro de Leon guerrilla front, which culminated with the expulsion of the four last Trotskyite elements that remained in the ranks of MR13, the visit that Comandante Cesar Montes made to the Alejandro de Leon guerrilla front in mid-1966, the visit that Comandante Marco Antonio Jan Sosa made to the Edgar Ibarra guerrilla front in October of the same year, the independence obtained by the FAR on liberating itself from the dogmatic tutelage of the opportunistic coterie of the PGT, and finally the sustained revolutionary debates held at the end of January of this year between the FAR and MR13, and which concluded with the following agreements. First, the total and definitive integration of the rebel armed forces and the 13th of November revolutionary movement, in a single organization that will be named Rebel Armed Forces. Second, the integration of a single command, whose members, in order are Commandantes Marco Antonio Jan Sosa and Cesar Montes. Third, the adoption of the same politico-military line and the same strategic conception in the development of the Revolutionary War. the definitive and total unification of the consistently revolutionary forces, of the fighting vanguard of the workers, peasants, and all Guatemalan people, strengthens the revolutionary movement in our country. This reality, by itself alone, is a serious setback for the anti-patriotic and retrograde forces who serve the blood puppet government of President Méndez Montenegro. The great importance of these agreements reached in such historic meetings, the real advance that this unification represents, explains why the contents of the agreements should be immediately made known to all our combatants, as well as to 148. Our sympathizers, friends, and revolutionaries in general, so that they may take the corresponding measures and that, as soon as possible, this agreed upon organic unification will be projected to all places and levels. At the same time they should study and apply the most daring and quick methods that will consolidate the organization and give it form, leaving aside those forms of work which by their slowness and bureaucracy are inadequate and insufficient in present conditions. Our decision to fight until victory for the liberation of Guatemala from imperialism, for the abolition of the exploitation of the majority, for the disappearance of the injustice and arbitrariness with which the worker and peasant masses are treated, for the real implantation of democracy in our country, a decision that from now on will be more effective in practice thanks to our unity, is the fighting solidarity that we offer to all the peoples of the world who struggle for their liberation, in particular to the heroic people of Vietnam, whose battles inspire us and show us the victorious path of armed struggle. For the sake of the most precious interests of the marking people of Guatemala, of the peasants, of the other exploited sectors, at the same time that we communicate our unification, we repeat our firm, unbreakable decision to win or die for Guatemala. Marco Antonio Jan Sosa. Cesar Montes. Sierra de las Minas. Guatemala. February, 1968. Appendix 3. Revolution is Guatemala's only solution. Statement by Father Thomas Melville, suspended as a priest of the Marinol order and asked to leave Guatemala after his guerrilla connections became known to his religious superiors. Misery is perhaps the biggest factor in preventing a true growth of Christianity in Latin America today, as it would be any place else. Misery is that state in which a man lacks a sufficient supply of life's very essentials so that his total energies are engaged in a constant struggle with nature. He continually experiences hunger, his home is often made of reject materials on land not his own, his bathing and toilet facilities are shared with the animal kingdom, and the lack of opportunity for any decent type of education leaves him bewildered before all encounters with the challenge of nature. His life is one of perpetual struggle to stay alive, and any hope to develop within him a real concern for his fellow man borders on the cynical. Misery must not be confused with poverty, a Christian virtue or condition which satisfies man's basic needs and is willing to forego life's superfluities. Thus misery, which is the lack of these basics, makes the practice of Christian love physically as well as psychologically next to impossible. St. James says that a man who tells his neighbor to be clothed and filled and does nothing about it is a hypocrite. How do we expect Christianity to flourish in an environment where a man has to struggle to stay alive, where he can't even afford to feed and clothe himself, let alone his neighbor? Today we hear community talked about on all sides, the Christian community. This is charity, love, translated into the local context. Some kind of a real physical sharing, as well as the spiritual, has to be possible, some kind of a natural community has to exist, before Christianity can be planted. There is not much room in Latin America for the masses to practice this kind of sharing as things stand now, and the possibility becomes even more remote as the misery increases in proportion to the population growth, and the greater concentration of economic power in the hands of the minority. Could we say that the hierarchy has tried to alleviate this misery? Wouldn't it be more true to say that they are even here guilty of a grave irresponsibility? Their insistence on preaching a legalistic Catholicism, based on rites and sacraments, without any real attempt to translate their significance into daily living, is a fact that cannot be questioned. Their reluctance even today to turn back to the people lands that are rightfully theirs has had few exceptions. Nor has their propensity for large episcopal palaces, police escorts, ring-kissing and all the other trappings of temporal wealth and power. Their unwillingness to proclaim Christ's gospel in the face of political and economic pressures has had few, though inspiring, exceptions. Last year, during a big crash mission for the whole Archdiocese of Guatemala, the Archbishop, Mario Casariego of Guatemala City, instructed all the preachers to overlook the theme of social justice because it was a controversial subject. On 2 occasions, in Guatemala and in El Salvador, rich contributors to seminary construction funds were able to silence. Revolution is Guatemala's only solution. 151. Social-minded priests by threatening their bishops with economic retaliation. The 2 most progressive lay movements, the Cursilos de Cristiandad and the Christian Family Movement, are almost exclusively the terrain of the rich, which further forges the marriage between the hierarchy and the wealthy minority. It must be kept in mind that this minority not only refuses to fulfill its obligation of alleviating the misery of the masses, but is the very cause of it. The above seems like a rather harsh picture of Latin American Catholicism. The reality is harsher still, and any sincere observer cannot but note the same. If, then, such is the state of things, where, might we ask, is the Church in Latin America going? There is only one road open to it: revolution. A revolution which will effect the complete change in structures within the body of the faithful and within the civil society where these faithful must live and act. Evolution is no longer possible because this presupposes, or rather is, the gradual and natural growth of an organism. But the growth of Christianity has been stifled these many years, if in truth it was ever really planted, and now a revolution is necessary. Revolution means a profound and abrupt change in a relatively short time, and this process has already begun, both in the Church proper and in civil society. Which will affect the other more is not really the question, because our present understanding of the Church makes us see the revolution in both, as one and the same. Of what will the revolution consist? As it affects the structure of the Church proper, it will mean that the hierarchy will slip back to a functional position of teaching Christ's gospel, losing at the same time their positions of political, social, and economic power. If, as individuals in the structure, they refuse to face this change, they will be 152. Discounted and will bring discredit on themselves and the doctrine they pretend to represent. They must be shown that their leadership is one of faith and charity, and not the temporal powers that they have supplanted them with. The faithful will pick their priests and bishops from among their own number, whose lives will be at one and the same time a living lesson of Christ's message and an indication of the growth in His grace of the community they represent. We will return to the belief that the Church is infallible, and that the Holy Father is also infallible only when he acts as spokesman for the beliefs that exist in the body of the faithful. The legalisms that have reigned these many centuries, including celibacy, the so-called glory of the priesthood of the Western Church, which is now confused with the state of non-marriage, will be replaced by the primacy of faith and charity. But the Christian lives in a world, his world, God's world, where he must work, eat, sleep, and play. It is his world and his brother's world, made up of dynamic relationships between these brothers. We have sciences that study these relationships called sociology, economics, politics. If what Christ taught has meaning, the Christian must bring his beliefs into practice in the realm of sociology, economics, and politics. If he fails to do this, his faith is in vain, as St. James says. He does this, not in the name of Christ, but in his own name because he is a Christian. As soon as Christians in any number begin to put into practice their Christian beliefs in these fields, then Latin America will positively experience a revolution. This is as certain as the fact that the present socio-economic and political makeup of Latin America is not just unchristian but anti-Christian. Its society is composed of such sharp and pitiful class distinctions, that many have reached the level of despair so as to believe that their misery, sickness, and ignorance are a punishment from God for past and long forgotten sins, while the Rich believe that their wealth is an indication of God's blessing and predestination to salvation. Its economic institutions are still completely laissez-faire capitalism, which we prefer to think died out in the first decades of this century. Any capitalist system, whether it be laissez-faire or not, is based essentially on competition, rugged individualism, the profit motive, and it is difficult to see how such a system, though materially successful, can ever be supported by a Christian society that truly understands Christ's message of love. Politically, Latin America is rated among the free nations of the world, but political freedom, as is all freedom, is in direct proportion to the education and culture of the person exercising that freedom. This, in itself, is not enough, but it is the necessary beginning, and we need not cite Latin American educational statistics to show that it is almost completely lacking among her masses. So what is left open to her? It is obvious: revolution. She cannot wait for an evolutionary process to heal these ills. These ills have been festering too long, and are now too far advanced for the strength of the organism to combat and heal them. Surgery is necessary. This is the common opinion of the most serious students of the Latin American scene. The real question is not whether or not the revolution, but rather, the revolution, peaceful or violent. As Christians, we cannot but desire the peaceful change, the peaceful process. Christ came to bring us peace, and man by nature wants peace for himself if not for his fellow man. But true peace is the result of justice, as the Holy Father says, and justice is the reciprocal relationship between two beings or groups where each recognizes the basic rights of the other. The revolution can only be peaceful when those who control the structures, the rich oligarchy, are willing to allow such. 54. A change to occur, recognizing the long-denied rights of the poor masses. To the degree that they oppose such a change, the masses will be forced to use ever more drastic measures, to take the power into their own hands and thus effect the change by themselves. It is the rich then, with those of allied interests, who have the real say as to whether the process will be peaceful or violent. Those who make pacific revolution impossible, make violent revolution inevitable. JFK. We have only to ask them, what is the answer of the rich to the demand of the poor for their human rights? Will they allow it to be peaceful or will they oppose it with all the means at their disposal? It is only left for us now to examine the present and recent past of the Latin American power structure to see what alternative they have already picked. Guatemala is a good case in point. I have worked there these past 10 years, as a priest of the Maryknoll order and can talk with some authority. In recent weeks, Guatemala has been in the world's news because of a series of killings, which the press calls a series of vindictive measures on the part of the right and left-wing extremists. Meanwhile, the government supposedly maintains the position of left-center while trying to crush the violence on both sides. This is simply not true. The government almost openly supports the rightist groups and many of their members hold high positions in it. The National Liberation Movement, MLN, which was started by assassinated President Castillo Armas and is still his heir, makes no bones about the fact that it controls the rightist terrorists called the Mano Blanca, White Hand. NOA, New Anti-Communist Organization, another band of terrorists on the right, is headed by Colonel of the Army Maximo Zepeda Martinez and Lieutenant Hugo Edmundo Alonso and Luis Dominguez, all on active duty. The headquarters of the Mano Blanca is in the main police building in downtown Guatemala. A common joke in the capital is that the Minister of Defense, Colonel Arriaga Bosque, is the real president and not Julio Cesar Mendez Montenegro. Even if this were not true, anyone acquainted with Latin American politics knows that the president can't lift a finger without the permission of the army chiefs. The third rightist terrorist group, CADEG, is composed of ruffians paid by the rich landowners to take care of any troublemakers. This, of course, includes anyone who begins protesting too loudly about the injustices of the actual situation. During the past 18 months, These three groups together have assassinated more than 2,800 intellectuals, students, labor leaders, and peasants who have in any way tried to organize and combat the ills of Guatemalan society. The Mano Blanca itself admits that not more than 1 in 10 of these is probably a communist. I personally know a good friend and benefactor of the Marinol Fathers, a daily communicant, who accused a Christian labor leader who was trying to organize a union on his big sugar plantation of communism and thus had him shot by the army. This man today, like many other landowners, maintains army guards on his farm to avoid the repetition of such an occurrence in the future. When the cooperative I started among the destitute Indians of Quetzaltenango was finally capable of buying its own truck, the rich tried to pay off the driver to run the vehicle off a cliff. When the truck driver wouldn't be bought, at least 4 attempts were made to run it off the road, one of them successful. In the parish of San Antonio Huista, where my brother, also a Marinol priest, was pastor, the president of a land cooperative was killed by the town's wealthy, including the mayor. When the case went to the Huetenango capital, the judge had already been bought off and nothing could be done about it. The 3 leaders of the parish cooperative in La Libertad, 156, Huetenango, have also been accused of communism and threatened with death because of their efforts to elevate their neighbors. I could go on and on with a list that would fill a book, but the point is, the oligarchy and the army control and are the government. They will also go to any lengths to prevent the peasant from elevating himself to a point where he has any real economic or political power. He works now for 80 cents a day while the rich make and bank millions from his sweat. He will be allowed to improve if it's simply a question of putting in toilets or digging wells, but anything that would alter the oligarchy's life and death control over him will be resisted with the worst of viciousness. In a situation such as outlined above, what is the peasant to do? He can do one of 2 things: he can surrender to the pressures to keep him down, and thus renounce his humanity, or he can protest, grab a gun and defend himself, his family and his neighbors. He has chosen the first road for the most part until recently, but there are now indications that he will not do so much longer. And where does the hierarchy stand on all this? Last year the bishops of Guatemala came out with a pastoral letter denouncing the violence and calling on both sides to talk out their differences. It's like asking God and the devil to come to some kind of agreement, and the result was just what could have been expected: nothing. Recently, the Archbishop, in the face of criticism for his weekly sermon to the poor to conform themselves to their lot, declared that henceforth his birthday would be a day for the poor and that he would be known as the Archbishop of the Poor. On this day he gives out surplus food and old clothing to the people that come begging to his door. Some are still wondering what happens to them the other 364 days of the year. In a meeting a few months ago of the peasant leaders in La Democracia, Huetenango, the Marinol Superior of Guatemala told the assembled group that Christ said, "The poor you will always have with you," so that they had better conform themselves to their misery and not be agitating for change. When 25 priests assembled to try to organize the agricultural workers on the big farms on the south coast, the bishops of Huetenango, an American, San Marcos, a Spaniard, Quetzaltenango, a Spaniard, and Solola, an Italian, wrote all of us involved a strong letter forbidding us to take part, stating that it was none of our business and that we should content ourselves with preaching the gospel. Many of us have been pleased at the attention that Latin America received from John Kennedy and Pope John, but not with the results. And what are these results? Simply that the old order of injustice and tyranny has been strengthened and not weakened by this interest. The U.S. government has sent jets, helicopters, weapons, money and military advisors to the government that only strengthens its control over the peasant masses. This past year, 1967, salaries, uniforms, arms and vehicles for 2,000 new policemen were paid for by the Alliance for Progress. This year another 1,500 are projected for enlistment, to say nothing about the secret intelligence services rendered for ferreting out all social disturbers. The U.S. Church also contributes to this aggravating situation, building fine rectories, convents, schools, and churches throughout Latin America, distributing all kinds of food, medicine, and clothing that only succeed in temporarily quieting the restlessness of the less foresighted. U.S. churchmen strengthen the already decaying hierarchical structure by building seminaries, that will soon be empty, by aiding the Latin bishops to organize themselves on diocesan and national levels, which only tighten their social and economic control over the people. For the money and the personnel that they receive from the U.S., many in Latin America are willing to sacrifice all vestiges of the national identity of their flocks in order to make them little U.S. ghettos. The head of the National Secretariat of the Bishops of Guatemala is an American. The head of the drive for the new National Major Seminary is an American. The reason: money and personnel. The Guatemalan clergy can hardly protest, but the hard feelings created among them are clearly evident. Having come to the conclusion that the actual state of violence, composed of the malnutrition, ignorance, sickness, and hunger of the vast majority of the Guatemalan population, is the direct result of a capitalist system that makes the defenseless Indian compete against the powerful and well-armed landowner, my brother and I decided not to be silent accomplices of the mass murder that this system generates. We began teaching the Indians that no one will defend their rights, if they do not defend them themselves. If the government and oligarchy are using arms to maintain them in their position of misery, then they have the obligation to take up arms and defend their God-given right to be men. We were accused of being communists along with the people who listened to us, and were asked to leave the country by our religious superiors and the U.S. ambassador. We did so. But I say here that I am a communist only if Christ was a communist. I did what I did and will continue to do so because of the teachings of Christ and not because of Marx or Lenin. And I say here too, that we are many more than the hierarchy and the U.S. government think. When the fight breaks out more in the open, let the world know that we do it not for Russia, not for China, nor any other country, but for Guatemala. Our response to the present situation is not because we have read either Marx or Lenin, but because we have read the New Testament.